Members, the House will come to order. Please register. Strict enforcement has been requested.
What a way to start the morning.
Have all members registered? A quorum is present. The House and gallery will please rise for the invocation which will be offered by Pastor Scott Wall from Capitol Commission in Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, members. Today's word is purpose. What I mean by that is the question, what is the main purpose that you and I are here? There's a lot of good purposes that we're here, but what is the main purpose? And I think sometimes in this environment, we can start to lose sight of our main purpose that we're here, and we need to remind each other, remind ourselves, what is the main purpose that we are here? I don't know what your main purpose is necessarily, but I'd like to offer an opinion of what possibly it could be. 1 Corinthians 10:31 says, whether you eat or drink or whatever you do, from the mundane to seemingly unimportant to seemingly important, he says, do all to the glory of God. I would think that might be a good option for the main purpose of why we're here. And so that's what I'd like to pray for. So please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we of course do pray for strength and wisdom, especially at this time in session, but also for clarity of purpose. Help us to continually examine our motives and ensure that the goals we pursue do align with what is just and what is true, but also honoring to you. Remind us that it's not only the ends that matter, but also the means, that how we go about fulfilling our purposes speaks volumes about the volumes we uphold. And if ever we drift from the right purposes or the right path, please gently correct our steps and renew our sense of calling. So in moments of tension, we ask that you would grant peace, and in disagreement, that you would grant respect, and in success even, we ask that you grant humility. But in all things, may your glory be our guide and purpose. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Chair recognizes the Honorable Angie Chinbutton to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I know each of you are more than just a little bit tired, but let's be energized and pledge allegiance to the greatest country on earth. Bell County Fellows, please join me. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And also, what a privilege to serve in the House of Texas. Let's pay allegiance to our beautiful state. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Hey!
Angie. Members, please excuse Ms. Gervin Hawkins because of an illness on motion of Ms. Morales Shaw. Please excuse Ms. Plessett because of an illness on motion of Mr. Bajani. Please excuse Mr. Landgraf because of important business on motion of Mr. Van Dever. Please excuse Mr. Dean because of important business in the district on motion of Mr. Harless.
Please excuse Ms. Gomez because of important business on motion of Ms. Johnson. Please excuse Dr. Lonnie because of important business in the district on motion of Ms. Perez of Harris. Please excuse Ms. Kerwin because of important business in the district on motion of Mr. Curry. Please excuse Mr. Anchia because of an illness on motion of Mr. Guerin. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HB 30, HB 630, HB 879, HB 1593, HB 2703, HB 3012, HB 3526.
Members, the chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Austin Pumley from Dallas as the Doctor of the Day. Members, join me in welcoming our Doctor of the Day.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SB 835.
Mr. Patterson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to set a local consent resolutions calendar for 10 a.m. Wednesday, May 21st.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. King for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on State Affairs to meet with the House in session today at 11:30 a.m. in room 1W14, the Agricultural Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcement, Mr. Metcalf for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism to meet while the House is in session today at 12:30 p.m. in room 3W.15 to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Van Dever for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Public Health in a public hearing on Monday, May 19, 2025 at 8 a.m. in room E2030 to consider SB 660 by West relating to the installation of bollards or another safety barrier adjacent to certain hospital emergency rooms.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Capriglione for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Delivery of Government Efficiency to meet while the House is in session today at 11 a.m. in room 1W14 Ag Museum to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcements.
The Committee on State Affairs will meet today at 11:30 a.m. in room 1W.14 Agriculture Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on Delivery of Government Efficiency will meet today at 11 a.m. in room 1W.14 Agriculture Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism will meet today at 12:30 p.m. in room 3W.15 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Chair recognizes Ms. Noble for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, thank you for the opportunity to recognize the 9th class of the William P. Clements Jr. Scholars, a key part of the Texas Conservative Coalition Research Institute Clements Legislative Study Program. This program offers college students a unique and invaluable opportunity to engage with public policy development firsthand at the Texas Capitol. They include Gabrielle Diedrich with Representative Hayes, Kirby Furrow with Speaker Craddock, Santiago Gotera with Representative Isaac, Caitlin Johnson with Representative Hunter, Chloe Laws with Representative Swanson, Madeline Miller with Representative Hull, Caitlin Stearns with Representative Buckley, Meadow Votis with Representative Cook, Etheridge Zachary with Representative Shaheen, and my favorite, Owen Lowe with my office. There's 8 more that had the opportunity to serve as Senate interns, and I am proud to acknowledge their hard work, dedication, and commitment. Their contributions to the Texas legislature will undoubtedly leave a lasting impact on the future of our state and on their futures. These exceptional students were a blessing to those of us who had the joy of having them intern in our offices this session. Please join me in thanking them for their hard work. Come outside for a picture. Okay. Come outside, just out there. Come outside. In the pit. We'll go to the pit for a picture. Yeah, baby. Come outside for a picture.
Okay.
Please excuse Mr. Dutton because of important business on motion of Mr. King. Please excuse Mr. Schofield to attend a funeral on motion of Ms. Schaffner. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Shaheen for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Elections to meet while the House is in session today at 1:30 in room 3W15 to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Elections will meet today at 1:30 p.m. in room 3W.15 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, the chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman for a recognition.
Mr. Speaker and members, it's a proud moment that I get to rise and to honor a colleague of ours. He's a man of faith, he's a man of family, and he's a man of Texas. And once upon a time, I was proud to be able to call him my state representative. Would you please join me in wishing our friend and colleague Cecil Bell a happy birthday?
Please excuse Mr. Longoria because of important business in the district on a motion of Ms. Rose. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Please excuse Ms. Swanson because of important business on a motion of Ms. Isaac. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Members, we're ready to begin consideration of local consent and resolutions calendar. If you have a bill on today's calendar, please be ready to explain your bill when it is reached on the calendar. Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain HB 2293.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Switch of Sweeney Hospital District Board of Directors from at-large to at-large by place.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 2293. Is there objection to consideration? Chair is none. Chair lays out HB 2293. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2293 by Vasut, relating.
Question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 2293. Is there any objection? Chair is none. HB 2293 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain HB 2694.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill takes Brazoria County's Drainage District number 4 to a nonpartisan election.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 2694. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 2694. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2694 by Vasut, relating.
Question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 2694. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 2694 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila to explain HB 2999.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this helps make hydrogen trucking easier in Texas. Move
Members, you've
passage.
heard the explanation of HB 2999. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 2999. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2999 by Harris Davila, relating to the weight limitation.
Question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 2999. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 2999 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain HB 3694.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This would end unlawful production or distribution of certain sexually explicit media.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 3694. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 3694. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3694 by Raymond, relating to the unlawful production or distribution.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
we do not have 5 signatures for any bills today on local and consent. 0.
Thank you, Mr. Tinderholt, for the wonderful news. He really threw me off with that one. A question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 3694. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 3694 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to explain HB 3254.
324 restores a benefit to the SBOE members for ERS health benefits.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 3254. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 3254. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3254 by Leah Wilson, relating.
Question occurs in the passage and engrossment of HB 3254. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 3254 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain HB 4662.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a grant program for short line rail facilities.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 4662. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 4662. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4662 by Hefner, relating to the financial assistance.
Question occurs in the passage and engrossment of HB 4662. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 4662 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain HB 5629.
Military spouses professional licensing. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 5629. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 5629. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5629 by Wilson, relating.
Question occurs in the passage and engrossment of HB 5629. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 5629 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain HB 5632.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This would designate beneficiary ERS.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 5632. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 5632. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5632 by Gann.
Question occurs in the passage and engrossment of HB 5632. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 5632 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar, HB 5675, has been withdrawn by the author. Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain HB 5664.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is relating to the operation of Wood County Central Hospital District of Wood County.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 5664. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 5664. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5664 by Hefner, relating to the operation.
Question occurs in the passage and engrossment of HB 5664. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 5664 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila to explain HB 5671.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an update to the Johnson County SUD. Move passage.
Members, you heard the explanation of HB 5671. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 5671. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5671 by Kerwin, relating to the election of a director's board and the authority to issue.
Question occurs in the passage and engrossment of HB 5671. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 5671 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Holt to explain HB 5680.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation will create the Bayou Bell Municipal District in our district.
Members, you heard the explanation of HB 5680. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 5680. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5680 by Holt.
Question occurs in the passage and engrossment of HB 5680. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 5680 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Richardson to explain HB 5682.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a standard MMD for my district called Comita Ranch. I move passage.
Members, you heard the explanation of HB 5682. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 5682. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5682 by Richardson.
Question occurs in the passage and engrossment of HB 5682. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 5682 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain HB 5693.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is relating to elections for Jefferson County District Number 7. Move passage.
Members, you heard the explanation of HB 5693. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 5693. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5693 by Manuel.
Question occurs in the passage and engrossment of HB 5693. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 5693 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Louderback to explain HB 4158.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill allows Texas Groundwater District to compensate its board of directors. Move passage.
Members, you heard the explanation of HB 4158. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 4158. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4158 by Louderback.
Question occurs in the passage and engrossment of HB 4158. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 4158 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes to explain HB 5695.
Sayers Ranch, Mud, and Bastrop County.
Members, you heard the explanation of HB 5695. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 5695. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5695 by Curtis, relating to the creation.
Question occurs in the passage and engrossment of HB 5695. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 5695 passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain HB 4669.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, for HB 4669 is an increase for our port commissioners. It is not with taxpayer money for the 99s and the 2000s. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 4669. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 4669. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4669 by Manuel.
Question occurs in the passage and engrossment of HB 4669. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 4669 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain HB 5696.
Creates the Reserve Municipal Management District.
Members, you heard the explanation of HB 5696. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 5696. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5696 by Cook, relating to the creation of the Reserve Municipal Management District.
Question occurs on the passage of engrossment of HB 5696. Is there any objection? Chair is none. HB 5696 passed through engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery to explain HB 5698.
Renames Harris County, Harris Montgomery County Management District, Southeast Regional. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 5698. Is there objection to consideration? Chair is none. Chair lays out HB 5698. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5698 by Bell of Montgomery.
Question occurs on the passage of engrossment of HB 5698. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 5698 is passed through engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Cole to explain HB 5677.
Pure Vita MMD. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HB 5677. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out HB 5677. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5677 by Cole, relating the creation of the
Question occurs on the passage of engrossment of HB 5677. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. HB 5677 is passed through engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Luther to explain HB 5699.
This is Schofield's bill. It is the exclusion of certain territory from Harris County Municipal
Members, you heard the explanation of HB 5699. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair is none. Chair lays out HB 5699. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5699 by Schofield, relating the exclusion.
The following committee amendment. Ms. Luther to explain the amendment.
This strikes before an exclusion of property from the district under Section 8024A. I move adoption.
Members, you.
No, it's an amendment.
We're going to pretend that the clerk read the amendment. Members, Ms. Luther sends up a committee-approved amendment to House Bill 5699.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
would the lady yield for some questions?
Does the lady yield?
I yield.
Ms. Luther, what exactly does that amendment do?
It strikes a line in the bill that says before an exclusion of property from the MUD under section, and then it also puts a word of exclusion and without in there. His bill actually, it excludes certain territory from a MUD district.
Okay.
And it's just correcting it. It's a perfecting amendment.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Luther sends up committee-approved amendment to HB 5699. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair has none. The amendment's adopted. Question occurs on the passage of engrossment of HB 5699. Is there any objection? Chair has none. HB 5699 is passed for engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Luther to explain HB 5694.
This is the creation of the Fannin County Improvement District. I move adoption.
Members,
Passage.
you've heard the explanation of HB 5694. Is there objection to consideration? Chair is none. Chair lays out HB 5694. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5694 by Luther, relating.
Question occurs in the passage of engrossment of HB 5694. Is there any objection? Chair is none. HB 5694 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Schaffner to explain HCR 81.
Hi there, Milan, Texas, official gateway capital of the world. Sorry, of Texas. Move adoption.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HCR 81. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out the committee report to HCR 81. Clerk will read the report.
HCR 81 by Schaffner, designating the law.
Members, the question occurs on the adoption of HCR 81. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hefner voting aye. Show Ms. Schaffner voting aye. Show Ms. Leo Wilson voting aye. Show Ms. Johnson of Harris voting aye. Show Ms. Zwiener voting aye. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. There are buttons on your desk. Show Ms. Rose voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 122 ayes, 0 nays, HCR 81 is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Schaffner to explain HCR 83.
Rusk County official syrup capital of Texas. Move adoption.
Members, you heard the explanation of HCR 83. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out the committee report to HCR 83. Clerk will read the report.
HCR 83 by Schaffner, designating Rusk County.
Question occurs on the adoption of HCR 83. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Show Mr. Berry voting aye. Show Ms. Garcia Berry voting aye. Show Ms. Schaffner voting aye. Have all voted? Being 125 ayes, 0 nays, HCR 83 is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Schaffner to explain HCR 84.
Pineland, Texas, official lumber capital of Texas. Move adoption.
Members heard the explanation of HCR 84. Is there any objection? Consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out the committee report to HCR 84. Clerk will read the report.
HCR 84 by Schaffner, designating Pineland.
Question occurs on the adoption of HCR 84. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Schaffner voting aye. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Show Mr. Berry voting aye. Have all voted? Being 123 ayes, 0 nays, HCR 84 is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HCR 89. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain SCR 22.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is designating the cannon as a state gun of Texas, the symbol of Texas freedom. Come and take it.
Members, you heard the explanation of SCR 22. Is there objection to consideration? Chair is none. Chair lays out the committee report to SCR 22. Clerk will read the report.
SCR 22 by Hughes, designating.
Members, the question occurs on the adoption of SCR 22. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Show Mr. Berry voting aye. Show Ms. Johnson of Harris voting aye. Have all voted? Being 119 ayes, 5 nays, SCR 22 is adopted. Mr. Hefner moves to lay HCR 89 on the table subject to the call. Is there objection? The chair is none, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Lopez of Cameron to explain HCR 111.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is to save the bills. We're saving the bills in Combs. Move passage.
Members heard the explanation of HCR 111.
The bees. Save the bees.
You've now Members, you heard the explanation of HCR 111. Is there objection to consideration? Chair is none. Chair lays out the committee report to HCR 111. Clerk will read the report.
HCR 111 by Lopez of Cameron.
Members, the question occurs on the adoption of HCR 111. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all voted? Being 108 ayes, 14 nays, HCR 111 is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain HCR 142.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it designates Fort Worth Aviation Defense Capital of Texas.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HCR 142. Is there objection to consideration? Chair is none. Chair lays out the committee report to HCR 142. The clerk will read the bill.
HCR 142 by Guerin, designate.
Question occurs in the adoption of HCR 142. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all voted? Being 125 ayes, 0 nays, HCR 142 is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan to explain HR 868.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This recognizes the long-standing relationship between the state of Texas and the province of Quebec in Canada.
Members, heard the explanation of HR 868. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair is none. Chair lays out HR 868. Clerk will read the resolution.
HR 868 by Lujan.
Members, question occurs on the adoption of HR 868. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye.
Have all members voted? There being 84 ayes, 37 nays, H.R. 868 is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is Senate Bill 682. That bill was passed on third reading in lieu of House Bill 4173 on the May 14th supplemental calendar. Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez to explain SB 1351.
Memorial Highway.
Members, you've heard the explanation of SB 1351. Is there objection to consideration? Chair is none. Chair lays out SB 1351. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1351 by Hinojosa, relating.
Question occurs in the passage of third reading of SB 1351. Is there any objection? Chair is none. SB 1351 is passed third reading. Members, the next bill on the calendar is SB 1895. It's passed to third reading in lieu of HB 4731 on the May 15th supplemental calendar. Chair recognizes Ms. Bowers to explain SB 1931.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Relating to the designation of a portion of Business Highway 83 South in Hidalgo County. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of SB 1931. Is there objection to consideration? Chair is none. Chair lays out SB 1931. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1931 by Hinojosa, Hidalgo.
Question occurs in the passage of third reading of SB 1931. Is there any objection? Chair is none. SB 1931 is passed third reading. Members, the next bill on the calendar, Senate Bill 2141, was passed to third reading in lieu of House Bill 3946 on the May 15th supplemental calendar.
Eddie.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick to explain SB 3044.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amends the Presidio Underwater Conservation District.
Members heard the explanation of SB 3044. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair has none. Chair lays out SB 3044. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 3044 by Blanco.
Question occurs in the passage of third reading of SB 3044. Is there any objection? Chair has none. SB 3044 is passed third reading. Chair recognizes Ms. Pearson to explain SCR 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is School Guard Crossing Appreciation Day.
Members heard the explanation of SCR 1. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair has none. Chair lays out the committee report to SCR 1. Clerk will read the report.
SCR 1 by Hall, concurrent resolution.
Question occurs on the adoption of SCR 1. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Show Ms. Howard voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 124 ayes, 2 nays, SCR 1 is adopted. Please excuse Mr. Talarico because of important business in the district on a motion of Ms. Howard. Is there any objection? Chair is none. So ordered. Chair recognizes Ms. Pearson to explain SCR 6.
Rockwall County as the marriage capital of Texas.
Members, you heard the explanation of SCR 6. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out SCR 6. Clerk will read the report.
SCR 6 by Hall, designating Rockwall County.
Members, question occurs on the adoption of SCR 6. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Morales of Harris voting aye. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all voted? Being 84 ayes, 38 nays, SCR 6 is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan to explain SCR 37.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SCR 37 highlights the Panama Canal's importance to Texas trade. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of SCR 37. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out the committee report SCR 37. Clerk will read the report.
SCR 37 by Creighton, recognizing Mr. Date.
Question occurs in the adoption of SCR 37. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Morales of Harris voting aye. Show Ms. Johnson of Harris voting aye. Have all voted? There being 107 ayes, 14 nays, SCR 37 is adopted. Members, we need to adjourn briefly to start a new legislative day. Representative Patterson moves that the House stand adjourned until 11:10 a.m. today. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the House stands adjourned until 11:10 a.m. today. The House will come to order. Members, please register. Quorum is present. Representative Patterson moves to excuse those members on this legislative day who were excused on the previous legislative day. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Representative Patterson moves to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider at this time on third reading and final passage the bills on the local consent and resolutions calendar to be read by bill number and author only, which were considered on the previous legislative day. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Representative Patterson moves to use the first record vote taken on third reading and final passage for all bills on the local consent and resolutions calendar, with the understanding that a member may record an individual vote on any bill with the journal clerk. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and the motion prevails. Where's Miss? Chair lays out on third reading and final passage HB 2293. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2293 by Vasu relating to the election of the members of the Board of Directors of the Sweeney Hospital District.
Chair recognizes Mr. Vasu to explain the bill.
Caption says what it does. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage HB 2293. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 131 ayes, 0 nays, HB 2293 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage the following bills to be finally passed by the record vote just recorded on HB 2293. The clerk will read the bills.
HB 2694 by Vasu, HB 2999 by Harris Davila, HB 3694 by Raymond, HB 3254 by Leo Wilson, HB 4662 by Hefner, HB 5629 by Wilson, HB 5632 by Guillen, HB 5664 by Hefner, HB 5671 by Kerwin, HB 5680 by Hull, HB 5682 by Richardson, HB 5693 by Manuel, HB 4158 by Lauterbach, HB 5695 by Gertis, HB 4669 by Manuel, HB 5696 by Cook, HB 5698 by Bell Montgomery, HB 5677 by Cole, HB 5699 by Schofield, HB 5664 by Luther. SB 1351 by Hinojosa of Nueces, SB 1931 of Hinojosa of Hidalgo, and SB 3044 of Blanco.
Pursuant to a previously adopted motion, the chair declares those bills just read by the clerk to be finally passed. Mr. Guerin moves to defer the reading and the referral of bills until the end of today's business. There objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Mr. Hunter for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Calendars to meet while the House is in session today at 1 p.m. in room 3W9 to consider a calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcement, clerk read the announcement.
The Committee on State Affairs, which is scheduled to meet today at 11:30 a.m., will convene at 12 p.m. in the announced location. The Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism, which is scheduled to meet today at 12:30 p.m., is canceled.
Members, as we approach the remainder of our end of session deadlines and after a review of yesterday's proceedings in relevant House practice and precedent by the parliamentarian, I'd like to advise the members of the rules and procedures governing the raising of points of order and debate. A point of order on a bill can be raised at any time when a bill is before the House, including when an amendment is pending. Moving passage on a bill during your opening layout does not cut off the ability of another member to raise a point of order or speak on a bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
I'd like to move that the remarks that the chair just stated be reduced to writing and placed in the House Journal.
Members, is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered.
No question. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Could you clarify what that means? 'Cause I'm asking, I think there's some misunderstanding about whether a point of order is an interrupting motion, whether it takes precedence over someone else standing here at the microphone. And there's been issues where people are trying to raise a point of order, which timing really matters for, but they're not able to get access to it outside of having to grab it. I mean,
If the chair is aware that you want to raise a point of order, you will be recognized. One member cannot detain another member.
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kane? No. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 75. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 75 by Smithy, relating to the release of defendants on bails, the duty of a magistrate in certain criminal proceedings, and the regulation of charitable bail organizations.
Mr. Smithy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill we discussed at some length yesterday regarding magistrates, and I would move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 94 ayes, 38 nays. House Bill 75 finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5354. Clerk read the bill.
HB 5354 by Leach, relating to the information reported by prosecuting attorneys to the Texas Judicial Council.
Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill seeks information about caseloads and staffing in district and county attorney offices. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell.
Hello.
Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 130 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 5354 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4683. Clerk read the bill.
HB 4683 by Leach, relating the authority of certain municipalities to use certain tax revenue for hotel and convention center projects.
Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will allow the city of Anna and my district to be included in the Qualified Hotel Project Program. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 90 ayes, 41 nays. House Bill 4683 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4847. Clerk read the bill.
HB 4847 by Hunter, relating to dissemination of certain school districts of ad valorem tax-related information.
Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is publishing taxpayer information on what they pay on the taxpayer website. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 127 ayes and 4 nays. House Bill 4847 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1449. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 1449 by Capriglione relating to the permits for mobile food service establishments operating in certain counties.
Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1449 allows mobile food vendors to obtain a single wide county permit to operate. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 124 ayes and 9 nays. House Bill 1449 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3833. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3833 by Lambert relating to the regulation of money service businesses.
Mr. Lambert.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a cleanup bill for the Department of Banking. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 130 ayes and 2 nays. House Bill 3833 is finally passed. Please excuse Mr. Capriglione to attend a meeting of the Committee of Doge on the motion of Mr. Bell. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered.
Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 265. The clerk read the bill.
HB 265 by Craddock relating the allocation of certain constitutional transfers of money to the Economic Stabilization Fund, the State Highway Fund, and the Grow Texas Fund, and the permissible uses of money deposited to the Grow Texas Fund.
Chair recognizes Speaker Craddock.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the Grow Fund. I move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of House Bill 265. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Bumgarner voting the aye. Mr. Bumgarner voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 84 ayes, 47 nays, House Bill 265 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1845. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1845 by Orr relating to the use of funds for the Rural Prosecutor's Office Salary Assistance Grant Program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bumgarner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill makes paralegals eligible for salary increases from the Rural Prosecutor's Office of Salary Assistance Grant Program. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1845. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Little voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. McLaughlin voting aye. There being 106 ayes, 27 nays, House Bill 1845 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 108. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 108 by Plessa relating to the use of metal or body armor while committing an offense, increasing a criminal penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 108 is Vice Chair Plessa's bill that increases penalties on violent crime offenders who use body armor during the commission of the offense. On behalf of Vice Chair Plessa, I would like to thank Representative Little for offering the perfecting amendment, which protects our law enforcement officers, and I thank all the joint officers for their support. I move passage.
Members, please excuse Mr. Curry to attend a meeting of the Committee of Doge on motion of Speaker Craddock. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? Chair is not so ordered. Members, question occurs on final passage of House Bill 108. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 104 ayes, 26 nays, House Bill 108 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1960. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1960 by Lopez of Cameron relating designation of the portion of the State Highway 345 in San Benito as the Milton Renendez Memorial Highway.
Chair recognizes Ms. Lopez of Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1960 is a memorial highway for our Lieutenant Milton Resendez. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1960. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 130 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 1960 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1955. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1955 by Thompson relating the establishment of an early childhood mental health home visiting grant program.
Chair recognizes Dean Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill established a grant program at HHSC to help high-risk families, including those with a history of trauma, gain access to services to decrease child abuse, improve child and parental mental health, and improve well-being in families. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1955. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Frank voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 75 ayes, 56 nays, House Bill 1955 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2512. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2512 by Garen relating to the release of an area from a municipality's extraterritorial jurisdiction by petition or election.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 2512 adds property subject to a development agreement under Chapter 212172 of the Local Government Code to areas where ETJ opts out are not applicable. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2512. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Hayes voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 112 ayes, 21 nays, House Bill 2512 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2581. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2581 by Hull relating to the information required for payment of services provided through the Thriving Texas Families Program.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is another bill about a form, this time about Thriving Texas Families. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2581. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Weiner voting aye. Nope. Hold up. Show Ms. Weiner voting nay. Have all members, show Mr. Hayes voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 99 ayes, 33 nays, House Bill 2581 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2803. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2803 by Hayes relating to requiring an election judge to provide a watcher removed from polling place a signed statement containing the reason for removal.
Members, please excuse Ms. Hull to attend a meeting of the Committee on State Affairs on motion of Ms. Lawson. Is there objection? Chair has done so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Hayes.
Removal of a poll watcher. Move
Members,
approval.
would you move passage? Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2803. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 131 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2803 is finally passed. On this next one. Okay. Members, Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1738. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1738 by Jones of Dallas relating to the appeal of the offense of homosexual conduct.
Chair recognizes Mr. Jones of Dallas.
Members, this is the bill we passed yesterday striking the unconstitutional language of Section 2106 of the Penal Code. I move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1738. This is a record vote and strict enforcement has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Members, vote from your desks. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 56 ayes, 55 nays, House Bill 1738 is finally passed. Verification has been requested. Members, take your seats. The clerk will proceed to call the names of those members voting aye.
Allen, Bernal, Bojani,
Temporarily strike his name.
Bryant, Bowers, Busey, Cole, Collier, A. Davis of Dallas, Y. Davis of Dallas, Flores, Garcia of Bear, Garcia Hernandez, Gonzalez of Dallas, Gonzalez of Dallas,
Is Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike her name.
Goodwin, Guillen, Harless, Harrison, Hernandez, Hicklin, Hinojosa, Howard, Johnson, Jones of Dallas, Jones of Harris, LaHood, Lopez of Cameron, Lopez of Bear, Lujan, Manuel, Martinez, Martinez Fisher, Martinez Fisher,
Is Mr. Martinez Fisher on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Meyer, Meza, Moody, Morales of Harris, Morales of Maverick, Morales Shaw, Munoz, Munoz,
Is Mr. Munoz on the floor of the House?
Ordaz, Perez of Harris, Perez of El Paso, Phelan, Raymond, Reynolds, Romero, Rose, Rosenthal, Simmons, Thompson, Turner, Villalobos, Vo, Wale, Ward Johnson, Wu, Zwiener.
The clerk will proceed to call the names of the members voting nay.
Alders, Ashby, Bell of Montgomery, Bell of Kaufman, Bonin,
Mr. Bonner on the floor of the House. Temporarily strike his name.
Bumgarner, Button, Kane, Craddock, Cunningham, Darby, DeRazio, Gates, Gertis, Harris Davila, Hayes, Hefner, Holt, Hopper, Hunter, Isaac, King,
Is Mr. King on the floor.
Kitzman, Leach, Leo Wilson, Little, Lopez of Cameron, Louderback, Lowe, Lozano, Luther, McLaughlin, Metcalf, Money, Morgan,
Is Mr. Morgan on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Noble, Olcott, Oliverson, Orr, Patterson, Paul, Pearson, Richardson, Schatzline, Schoolcraft, Shaheen, Schaffner, Slauson, Smithy, Spiller, Tapper, Toth, Van Dever, Wharton, Wilson,
Is Mr. Bojani on the floor of the House? Show him present, voting aye. Is Ms. Gonzalez on the floor of the House? Show her present, voting aye. Is Mr. Martinez Fisher on the floor of the House? Strike his name. Is Dr. Bond on the floor of the House? Strike his name. Is Mr. Morgan on the floor of the House? Strike his name. Members, the following members have informed the chair their machines malfunctioned. Representatives Guillen voted nay but were shown voting aye. Show them voting nay. The following members were present in the chamber but their machines failed to register. Show Representatives Rodriguez Ramos, Campos, Linda Garcia, Guerra, and Buckley voting aye. Show Representatives Cook, Tinderholt voting nay. Show Representative Frank present not voting. Members, the verification reflects 59 aye votes and 56 nay votes. House Bill 1738 passes. Is out on third reading. House Bill 636. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 636 by Wale, relating to the implementation of a statewide homeless data sharing network to share real-time data on homelessness.
Mr. Wally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, listen clearly. I know there's some miscommunication on what the bill actually does by some of the ratings. All this bill does is allow to gather statewide homeless data across the state so that we can respond by the agencies helping us respond to get folks off your streets. That's all it does. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 636. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 77 ayes, 44 nays, House Bill 636 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2638. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2638 by Schaffner, relating designation of the Farm to Market Road 10 in Panola County as the Deputy Sheriff Chris Dickerson's Memorial Highway.
Chair recognizes Ms. Schaffner.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, Deputy Sheriff Chris Dickerson Memorial Highway. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2638. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 121 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2638 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2655. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2655 by Oliverson, relating to the operation of certain nonprofit organizations of certain regional health care programs for employees of small employers.
Chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill expands our very successful 3-share program, which allows small employers to provide health insurance to low-wage employees. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2655. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Show Mr. Reynolds voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 127 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2655 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 871. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 871 by Reynolds, relating to the residential and commercial building codes of municipalities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amends the local government code to raise the minimum building standards for municipalities from the 2012 to the 2018 building standards. This bill would ensure Texas infrastructure is more resilient in the face of extreme weather, saving residents and, more importantly, lower insurance premiums for Texans. I move passage.
Mr. Darby, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for one question?
Well, gentleman, yield for one question.
I will
Gentleman
yield.
yields.
Yes. Have you been working to make this bill better with the Texas Association of Builders?
Absolutely. With the amendment that went on yesterday, delaying the implementation for a year, the builders are now on board with this bill.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you
for the bill.
And I want to thank my joint author, Chairman Gates and Representative Morgan. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 871. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Jones of Dallas voting aye. Ms. Cole voting aye. C-O-L-E. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 73 ayes, 53 nays, House Bill 871 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1107. 1107, the clerk will read the bill.
HB 1107 by Cole, relating the applicability of civil service status to emergency medical services personnel in certain municipalities.
Chair recognizes Ms. Cole.
This bill preserves civil service for EMS workers. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1107. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 73 ayes, 50 nays, House Bill 1107 is finally passed. Members, please excuse Mr. Canales because of important business in the district on motion of Mr. Manuel. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Please excuse Mr. Turner and Ms. Hernandez to attend a meeting of the Committee on State Affairs on motion of Mr. Wally. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Little, for what purpose? Oh. Members, please excuse Representatives King and McQueenie to attend a meeting on the Committee on State Affairs on motion of Mr. and Guerin on motion of Mr. Metcalf. Anybody else? And Dean Thompson. Anybody else?
Guerin, not
Guerin. G-E-R-E-N. We added Guerin. Tell you what, I'll just read it back in. Members, strike that motion. Members, please excuse. Members, please excuse Representatives Guerin, King, and McQueenie to attend a meeting on the Committee on State Affairs on motion of Mr. Metcalf. Is there objection? Chair is not so ordered. Oh, Mr. Nambis. Okay, we're back. Chair lays it on third reading, House Bill 1765. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1765 by Jones of Harris relates to the issuance of an arrest warrant or search warrant authorizing the use of a no-knock entry by a peace officer.
Chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris.
Mr. Speaker, members, HB 1765 is about clarity, caution, and common sense. It does not eliminate no-knock warrants. It ensures they're used wisely, with oversight, and in a way that protects everyone involved.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Does the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
Thank you, Representative Jones, for bringing this important bill. I'm sorry I wasn't here during the discussion yesterday about your bill, but it seems to me that this is the riskiest type of warrant service that we have, the most dangerous to the occupants of a home. It seems like your bill is targeted at addressing that concern.
Yes, it is.
Well, it's a very important bill. I'm very much in favor of it, and I'll be voting yes. Thank you.
And thank you for joint authoring this bill. Move passage.
Time out for just a second. All right, members, we got more excuses. Members, please excuse Representatives Hull, Guillen, Metcalf, Darby, and Phelan to attend a meeting of the Committee on State Affairs on motion of Ms. Jones of Harris. Is there objection? Chair is not so ordered. Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1765. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 85 ayes, 32 nays, House Bill 1765 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1822. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1822 by Bowers relating jurisdiction of a juvenile court over certain persons and to the stealing and non-disclosure of certain juvenile records.
Chair recognizes Ms. Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 1822 gives young people a second chance opportunity on education, employment, and housing, and ensures that one chapter does not have to define their entire story.
Members,
I
the
move
question.
passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1822. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 64 ayes, 47 nays, House Bill 1822 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3679. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3679 by Tupper relating the operation of certain vehicles preceding, during, and following disasters.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is that red dye fuel bill that can be used during emergencies declared by the governor. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3679. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 114 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 3679 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4099. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4099 by Harris Davila relating to the treatment of a patient by a physical therapist without a referral.
Chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that will allow a patient to see a physical therapist for up to 30 days without a referral. I know this will help all of our constituents, but especially our working families, and I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4099. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 99 ayes, 15 nays, House Bill 4099 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3732. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3732 by Martinez relating to compliance by a fire department with the certain minimum standards adopted by the Texas Commission on Fire Protection.
Members, please excuse Mr. Smithy to attend a meeting on the Committee on State Affairs on motion of Mr. Harless. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this allows the Texas Commission on Fire Protection to extend deadlines, and I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3732. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 116 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 3732 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3171. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3171 by Lujan relating the compensation and employment condition standards by municipal charter, collective bargaining agreement, and to the impetus for resolution in collective bargaining with certain political subdivisions.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. HB 3171 allows firefighters to restore and maintain their bargaining impasse tools. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3179. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 93 ayes, 23 nays, House Bill 3171 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3749. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3749 by Orr relating the regulation of the practice of medicine, including the performance of cosmetic medical procedures and the provision of elective and venous therapy.
Chair recognizes Ms. Orr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is for Jennifer Cleveland. I'm proud to say we passed this unanimously yesterday. Thank you very much. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3749. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 117 ayes, 2 nays, House Bill 3749 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2814. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2814 by Plessa relating to providing children committed to the Texas Juvenile Justice Department and prisoners serving a sentence in a county jail with certain documents on discharge or release, authorizing a fee.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Representative Plessa's bill, and I voted for it. Thank you, Representative Louderback, for your support. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2814. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Lowe voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 117 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2814 is finally passed. Chair lays out for third reading House Bill 3977. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3977 by Rosenthal relating to conditions for employment of firefighters employed by political subdivisions.
Chair recognizes Mr. Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that
allows firefighters and their emergency service districts to enter into meet and confer agreements should they choose. It's permissive, and I move passage.
Members, please excuse Mr. Capriglione because of important business. On motion of Ms. Button. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3977. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Rosenthal voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 84 ayes, 34 nays, House Bill 3977 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4204. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4204 by Harless, relating to prohibiting the use of unfair service agreements creating an offense.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harless.
Thank you. This is for all of our seniors who've been unfairly taken advantage of on real estate practices, and I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4204. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Patterson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 169, 0 nays, House Bill 4204 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading. House Bill 4207. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4207 by King, relating to obstructing a railroad crossing and the liability of a railway company for such obstruction, providing a civil penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Representative King's bill that we passed yesterday that pertains to trains that block a railroad crossing for more than 30 minutes. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4207. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. Mr. Harless voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 103 ayes, 60 nays, House Bill 4207 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4449. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4449 by Smithy, relating the sale of alcoholic beverages in areas annexed by certain municipalities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harless.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Harris, for what purpose?
Will Mr. Huberty yield for questions?
Will the gentleman in the pink jacket yield for questions? Apparently there are no questions.
All right. This is Chairman Smitty's bill that we passed yesterday. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4449. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 90 ayes, 25 nays, House Bill 4449 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1820. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1820 by Bowers, relating the expunction of arrest records and files when a grand jury fails to find that a probable cause exists to believe in the alleged offense was committed.
Chair recognizes Ms. Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is about protecting people's futures, about ensuring that an accusation without evidence does not become a lasting stain. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1820. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 105 ayes, 12 nays, House Bill 1820 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1876. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1876 by Tupper, relating the establishment of a career and technical education report and grant program by the Texas Education Agency.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Bryant, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman, yield for questions.
I will yield, yes, sir.
Gentleman yields. I have just a quick clarification question. The bill provides for grants for the purposes stated in the bill, but the language says grants to independent school districts and charter schools. I just want to know from you, I don't think it's your intent, but I'd just like to get a clarifying statement here. You're not going to be giving the same size grant to a school district with thousands of students as you give to a individual charter school that may have hundreds.
You know, sir, that's a good question. I doubt it. It doesn't state specifically in the bill, or at least I don't believe it does. But this will be parsed out by Texas Education Agency. I doubt they'll be looking to just haphazardly send. And the program also has to be audited and oversight by TEA, so they'll be responsible for the funds.
Is it your intent as the author that a school district with thousands of students get the same size grant that an individual charter school with hundreds gets?
That is not the intent.
Thank you.
This is Mr. Speaker, this is the bill that tracks better the real-life work experience for a lot of the vocational training we're doing in schools now. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1876. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 91 ayes, 26 nays, House Bill 1876 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1939. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1939 by Meyer relating to a credit for repayment of an amount required to be paid by a school district for the purchase of attendance credit under the public school finance system.
Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 1939 reinstates the early payment option for school districts. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1939. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 106 ayes, 12 nays, House Bill 1939 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1347. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1347 by Turner relating the prosecution of the offense for exploitation of a child, elderly individual, or disabled individual.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wu for a motion.
Mr. Turner's in State Affairs. Mr. Speaker, moves to postpone further consideration of HB 1347 until 12:30 today.
Mr. Bryant, for any purpose?
Okay. Let me follow up after he finishes.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is none, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Bryant, for what purpose?
I move that the dialogue between myself and Mr. Tepper on House Bill 1876 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2593. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2593 by Metcalf relating to increasing the criminal penalty for the offense of indecent assault against a disabled or elderly individual.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2593 until 12:30 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair has none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2136. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2136 by Bojani relating design and use of a model criminal citation.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bojani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2136, developed with law enforcement, creates a work group to design a clear, uniform citation. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2136. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 91 ayes, 20 nays, House Bill 2136 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, House Bill 2658. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2658 by Verdell relating the Kimble County Hospital District of Kimble County, Texas.
Chair recognizes Mr. Verdell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is updating the rules in Kimble County Hospital District. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2658. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 93 ayes, 22 nays, House Bill 2658 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, House Bill 2757. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2757 by Frank relating to a public school policy for establishing age for purposes of admission into the school for certain students, children of foreign military members.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill would authorize school districts to allow children of allied foreign military members to start pre-K or kindergarten based on their age in the calendar year. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2757. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 116 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 2757 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading, House Bill 2080. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2080 by Curtis relating to the review of the duties of the Groundwater Conservation District by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would improve transparency and consistency in groundwater management. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2080. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Trey Martinez-Fisher voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 118 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 2080 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, House Bill 3063. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3063 by Perez of Harris relating the civil prosecution of offenses involving certain municipal parking ordinances authorizing a civil fine.
Chair recognizes Ms. Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3063 allows the City of Houston to declare violations of prohibited yard parking ordinances to be civil offenses. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3063. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 80 ayes, 38 nays, House Bill 3063 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, House Bill 3006. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3006 by Canales, relating the purchase and installation of a climate control systems at facilities operated by the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is related to climate control systems at facilities operated by the Department of Criminal Justice and move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3006. The clerk will read the bill. This is a record vote. Clerk will read the bill. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 79 ayes, 39 nays, House Bill 3006 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading, House Bill 2844. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2844 by Landgraf, relating the regulation of mobile food vendors, requiring an occupational license, imposing fees, and authorizing an administrative penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Chairman Landgraf's bill from yesterday, one statewide permit for food trucks. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2844. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes, 31 nays, House Bill 2844 finally passes. Chair lays on third reading, House Bill 3241. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3241 by Harris Davila, relating the authority of certain municipalities to receive certain tax revenue derived from a hotel and convention center project and to pledge certain tax revenue for the payment of obligations related to the project.
Chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a local bill for Georgetown, Texas to use hotel occupancy tax revenue to build or expand a hotel and convention center project.
Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3241. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 72 ayes, 44 nays, House Bill 3241 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, House Bill 3680. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3680 by Gomez, relating the subdivision plat requirement in certain counties.
Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3680 until 12:30 today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays it on third reading, House Bill 3169. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3169 by Bumgarner, relating authority of certain municipalities to receive certain tax revenue derived from a hotel and convention center project and to pledge certain tax revenue for the payment of obligations related to the project.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bumgarner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, all this does is add the city of Carrollton to the list of eligible cities for a 10-year tax rebate. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3169. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 69 ayes, 46 nays, House Bill 3169 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, House Bill 2078. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2078 by Gertis, relating the joint planning of desired future conditions in groundwater management areas.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gertis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill brings transparency and accountability to our GCD DFC groundwater planning process. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2078. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 97 ayes, 18 nays, House Bill 2078 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, House Bill 2507. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2507 by Leach, relating the automatic orders of non-disclosure of criminal history record, information of certain misdemeanor defendants following successful completion of a period of deferred injunction, community supervision.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is true and necessary and well-deserved clean slate legislation entitling Texans to clear minor low-level criminal records. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2507. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So, Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 119 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2507 is finally passed. Chair lays that on third reading, House Bill 4559. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4559 by Olcott, relating the repeal of Chapter 668 by the Government Code.
Chair recognizes Mr. Olcott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let's remove Chapter 668 from the Government Code. Oysters!
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4559. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 114 ayes, 2 nays, House Bill 4559 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading, House Bill 3405. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3405 by Hayes, relating the contents of a trust accounting.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hayes.
This bill simplifies trust accounting. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3405. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Johnson of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 119 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 3405 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading, House Bill 475. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 475 by Johnson, relating Medicaid coverage and reimbursement for multisystematic therapy services.
Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 475 until 12:35 p.m. today.
Members who heard the motion should objection to the adoption of the motion. The chair is done. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on third reading, House Bill 3463. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3463 by Wale, relating the prosecution of the offense of theft of service.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All this bill does is allow for victims of theft of service to navigate the criminal legal system. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3463. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 113 ayes, 3 nays, House Bill 3463 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, House Bill 3441. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3441 by Luther, relating the liability of vaccine manufacturers for advertising a harmful vaccine.
Chair recognizes Ms. Luther.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill holds vaccine manufacturers accountable if they advertise a vaccine that causes injury. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3441. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 88 ayes, 31 nays, House Bill 3441 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, House Bill 3520. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3520 by Spiller, relating the automobile liability insurance requirements for Transportation Network Company drivers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the TNC insurance coverage bill. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3520. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 85 ayes, 32 nays, House Bill 3520 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, House Bill 3178. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3178 by Verdell, relating the authority of certain counties to impose a hotel occupancy tax.
Chair recognizes Mr. Verdell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kerr County hot tax, move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3178. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 66 ayes, 49 nays, House Bill 3178 finally passes.
Thank you, Aisha. Thank you.
Chair lays that on third reading, House Bill 158. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 158 by Raymond, relating to a study on the use of surplus government property to provide housing to veterans and low-income families.
Chair recognizes Mr. Munoz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Representative Raymond's bill regarding the study of surplus property for veterans housing. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 158. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 72 ayes, 42 nays, House Bill 158 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, House Bill 2060. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2060 by Campos, relating to a study on the coverage of certain infants under Medicaid.
Chair recognizes Ms. Campos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill seeks to study the gaps for unaccounted Medicaid infants and ensure that Texas newborns are properly cared for. I move passage.
Members, please excuse Mr. Wally because of important business in the district on motion of Mr. Ashby. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2060. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 59 ayes, 58 nays, House Bill 2060 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading, House Bill 4991. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4991 by Canales, relating to open meetings and public information training of certain public officials and attorneys regarding the open meeting and public information laws.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 4991 amends sections of the Texas Government Code to require open government training for outside attorneys hired by governments to assist in carrying out the Texas Public Information Act. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4991. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 96 ayes, 22 nays, House Bill 4991 finally passes. Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Thank you for voting for Chair Canales' bill. I just talked to Terry. He wanted you all to know. I know you've been asking about him. His 10-year-old daughter, Catalina, as you know, is in the hospital. She just had an endoscopy. She's doing better. Chair Canales wanted to thank you for voting for his bill and also to thank you all for keeping Catalina in your prayers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez Fisher. Chair lays it on third reading, House Bill 1991. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1991 by Gann relating to information regarding certain charges for services provided by municipality-owned utility systems.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this improves transparency for municipally owned utility systems by requiring that the terms and conditions for operating, maintenance, replacement, or improvement charges be published online. The final passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1991. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 120 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 1991 finally passes. Chair lays that on third reading, House Bill 5596. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5596 by Leo Wilson relating the calculation of the voter approval tax rate for certain municipalities that receive municipal hotel occupancy tax revenue.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson.
Members, speakers, House Bill 5596 is a bill that's bracketed to the city of Galveston. It outlines how hot tax funds must be spent. It creates a definition for misspent hotel occupancy tax revenue, and it creates a new rate component that subtracts the value of the misused hot tax funds from the amount of the property tax the city can level. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5596. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Leo Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 73 ayes, 48 nays, House Bill 5596 finally passes. Chair lays that on third reading, House Bill 2014. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2014 by Kerwin relating the Board of Directors of Somerville County Hospital District.
Chair recognizes Ms. Harris-Davila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Representative Kerwin's bill that is an adjustment to the Somerville County Hospital District Board of Directors. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2014. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Turner voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 109 ayes, 14 nays, House Bill 2014 finally passes. Chair lays that on third reading, House Bill 2731. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2731 by Munoz relating the regulation of the roadside vendors and solicitors in certain counties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Munoz.
Mr. Speaker and members, this allows the Hidalgo County to promulgate rules to regulate roadside vending. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2731. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 82 ayes, 38 nays, House Bill 2731 finally passes. Chair lays that on third reading, House Bill 2417. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2417 by Campos relating the eligibility of certain wrongfully imprisoned persons for compensation and for the expunction of arrest records and files in the case.
Chair recognizes Ms. Campos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will restore justice for wrongfully imprisoned individuals and allow them to seek compensation if they were granted expunction by a DA. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2417. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Cole, C-O-L-E, voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 91 ayes, 34 nays, House Bill 2417 finally passes. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House, which I can't read, but the clerk will read.
SB 296, SB 462, SB 480, SB 682, SB 1146, SB 1265, SB 1666, SB 1844, SB 1921, SB 2039, SB 2052, SB 2173, SB 2284, SB 2925.
Chair lays that on third reading. House Bill 2399. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2399 by Leo Wilson, relating to procedures and required findings in certain suits affecting the parent-child relationship.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson.
Members, speakers, 2399 makes sure that courts will be required to provide detailed written findings that outline the specific facts and circumstances of why they're not returning the child to the parents following each permanent hearing. This is about promoting transparency in our courts and getting the parent-child relationship back together. Thank you.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2399. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 95 ayes, 30 nays, House Bill 2399 finally passes. Chair lays that on third reading. House Bill 2301. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2301 by Campos, relating the registration with and searches of the State Registry of Paternity.
Chair recognizes Ms. Campos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill expedites the adoption process by requiring DISHES to provide a paternity registry list, results within 10 days of receiving the request. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2301. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 95 ayes, 32 nays, House Bill 2301 finally passes. Chair lays that on third reading. House Bill 3335. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3335 by Cole, relating the authority of a county to dispose of surplus and salvage property to a civic or charitable organization.
Chair recognizes Ms. Cole.
This bill gives counties the authority to dispose of surplus property for public purposes. Thank you. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3335. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 67 ayes, 56 nays, House Bill 3335 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3234. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3234 by Cortez, relating the authority of political subdivision to regulate construction and renovation of structures owned by certain counties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cortez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3234 allows counties with over 1 million residents to utilize their own licensed inspectors for compliance checks on county-owned or leased buildings. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3234. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Woo! Come on and get it, Durazio. There being 95 ayes, 28 nays, 1 broken gavel, House Bill 3234 finally passes. Okay. A little lighter tap. All right. Carrying on. Chair lays that on third reading, House Bill 3320. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3320 by Oliverson, relating the property and casualty self-insurance pool for certain religious institutions, authorizing fee and providing administrative penalties.
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Are you aware of what the score is between Big Cody and Little Cody?
Well, it depends on your definition, but that's not a proper parliamentary inquiry. Thank you. All right. He is shorter than me. All right. Simmer down. Chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill allows religious institutions to pool risk for property and casualty to better be able to afford coverage. I move passage.
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, it's early, but do we have a Rule 15 issue on this floor?
Chair is not advised.
Okay, we'd like to reduce that smile of yours and put it in the journal.
All right. Chair will not recognize that motion.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Harris, for what purpose?
I move to have the comments or the question from Mr. Frank and your response reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
All right. Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption motion? The chair is none so ordered. All right, members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3320. This is a record vote, as you are aware. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Romero voting aye, Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 125 ayes, 2 nays, House Bill 3320 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4848. The clerk will ring the bill.
HB 4848 by Harris Davila, relating to requiring the competency-based baccalaureate degree programs be offered at certain institutions of higher education.
Chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 4848 establishes low-cost competency-based degrees at our Texas public colleges to create a more accessible path for working adults to turn their job and life experience into college credit and earn a degree. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4848. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 118 ayes, 7 nays, House Bill 4848 finally passes. The chair lays out House Bill 1347 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1347 by Turner, relating the prosecution of the offense of exploitation of a child, elderly individual, or disabled individual.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, once again, this is the bill that seeks to better define key terms such as coercion, deception, isolation, to better protect vulnerable individuals, the elderly, children, those with IDD, living in assisted living facilities, residential care, group homes, boarding homes, those types of facilities. We worked on this bill in consultation with local law enforcement, including the Arlington Police Department. They helped us craft this legislation to give law enforcement additional tools to better protect vulnerable Texans. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1347. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Turner voting aye. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Have all members voted? So Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 90 ayes, 35 nays, House Bill 1347 finally passes. Chair lays out House Bill 2593 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2593 by Metcalf, relating to increasing the criminal penalty for the offense of indecent assault against a disabled or elderly individual.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2593 ensures Texas law reflects the seriousness of crimes committed against our most vulnerable individuals, our elderly and disabled. I move it passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2593. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 124 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2593 finally passes. The chair lays out House Bill 3680 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3680 by Gomez, relating the subdivision plat requirements in certain counties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a local bill bracketed only to Cameron County that makes slight changes to the model subdivision rules just in Cameron County. It's an agreed-to bill by the realtors, land developers, and the county. Move final passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3680. The question, this is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 87 ayes, 32 nays, House Bill 3680 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4748. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4748 by Curry, relating the multiple award of contracts with indefinite delivery and indefinite quality terms.
Chair recognizes Mr. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, multi-awards another tool in the toolbox to increase flexibility, competition, and help mitigate risk in high-volume purchases. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4748. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 121 ayes, 4 nays, House Bill 4748 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4769. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4769 by Phelan, relating to electronic delivery of documents sent or received by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation.
Members, please excuse Mr. Smithy because of important business in the district on motion of Mr. Darby. Is there objection? Chair has none, so ordered. Members, please excuse Ms. Orr because of important business on motion of Mr. Bumgarner. Is there objection? Chair has none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill allows TDLR to use email instead of certified mail. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4769. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 116 ayes, 8 nays, House Bill 4769 finally passes. The chair lays out House Bill 475 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 475 by Johnson, relating to Medicaid coverage and reimbursement for multi-systematic therapy services.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, thank you again for considering this legislation. As we discussed last night, being in your juvenile courts, I have gotten a chance to see how well multi-systemic therapies works for our juveniles to reduce the rate of recidivism. All this does is say that kids that are currently get Medicaid get an option to have this available to them statewide.
Move passage. Yep. Oh, chair recognizes Mr. Speaker Fiedler to speak in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Yesterday was a fun day. The good part is you have a lot of fun. 12 o'clock strikes. People try to get their bills done. I appreciate it, but sometimes bills are get through a day like yesterday that maybe shouldn't have gotten through, and some don't get as many votes as they should as well, because we're in such a hurry to move our legislation along. This particular piece of legislation, since we were here last weekend, is my Mother's Day present to my wife. I told her I would come up here and talk about this program because it's that impactful in our community. And what this bill does is seek to make it statewide. And MSTs, I know the word Medicaid appears in the caption and therapy appears in the caption, and all of a sudden there are going to be some no votes. But let me explain to you what this does. This is the off-ramp that we all talk about. The population that is targeted here is a Medicaid population. This is what the program was designed for. This therapy is how children get out of the system. This is the off-ramp we talk about. Republicans, you talk about keeping the family unit together. That's what this program does. It keeps children out of TDCJ, TJJD. We don't put them in the little boys' prison waiting to go to the big boys' prison. This gets them out of that. It's family-based. The therapist goes to the family's home and meets with the family to figure out what's wrong with this child. And I use this phrase all the time. My wife gets on me, but it's true. We have feral children in the state of Texas. They don't know how to behave. They don't know how to act. This is what this is about. It's 3 to 5 months maximum, and then the child is out. They go meet with the teachers to see what the child's doing in the classroom. Why is Billy not learning? What are you seeing? This is a very hands-on program that changes the trajectory of children's lives forever. And it doesn't cost this state much money at all. It's why we spend the dollars. This is one of those spend $1 now or $50 later. Let's get a child out of the system, the child welfare system. This gets them out of that system and back as a productive tax-paying adult, which is what we all want. And it's done with the family involved. It's done with the community and the teachers involved. It keeps them out of probation. It keeps them out of jail. It keeps them out of the welfare system. And it's all done for very, very few dollars. It's a difficult program to get into, but it's life-changing. And, again, Medicaid therapy, people's antennas go up. Red flag. That's not the program we're talking about today.
Dean Thompson, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield?
I will yield for questions, yes, ma'am.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Mr. Speaker, if these persons are successful, we're able to help them develop their potential. Would you agree?
This program delivers on it. The results are undeniable.
And if we're able to help them develop their potential, then it's a win-win for society.
This bill makes it all 254 counties will be eligible, and yes, it's a statewide solution, statewide success. Yes, ma'am.
And would you agree that it's easier to build a child than to repair an adult?
It is.
Thank you.
It can't be expressed. And I'll just close with this. We can do this at a government-run prison. We can do this at a government-run program, or we can do it at the child's home, in the child's living room, with the parents involved, with the grandparents involved, with the teachers involved. So with that, I urge you to support this piece of legislation. It's something that 2 years from now, you will see results. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson to close.
Thank you, Speaker Phelan. And for Kim Phelan, who's in the courthouse every day working with this population, Thank you so much for everything that you all have done. Members, I humbly ask that you please support this program on behalf of every child of the state of Texas. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 475. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Shall Speaker Phelan voting aye? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? All members voted. There being 99 ayes, 23 nays, House Bill 475 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4795. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4795 by Noble relating to duties of the Vital Statistics Unit of the Department of State Health Services in relation to certain suits affecting the parent-child relationship, including in regard to electronic transmission of certain information.
The chair recognizes Ms. Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will save weeks in the adoption process so children can find permanency in their forever homes. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4795. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 121 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 4795 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2086. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2086 by Plessa relating to a motion for determining a plaintiff is a fictitious litigant.
Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia Hernandez for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2086 until January 12, 2027.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2234. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2234 by Dutton relating to the age of criminal responsibility of certain substantive and procedural matters related to that age.
Chair recognizes Speaker Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I'm laying out this bill on behalf of Chairman Dutton, who sent a note of thanks that he wanted to express, not only for him, but for the many young people who will be helped by this bill. Before I move passage, I want to tell you a story from my days as a criminal defense lawyer. I walked into court, been court appointed to represent a 17-year-old young man. His mother was with him. He had been arrested in possession of a vape pen, happened to be at school, and he now had a second-degree felony arrest. Is the only charge on his record. And I sat and talked to his mom, who was in tears. And she said, they called me from the jail, and I was trying to figure out, why is my 17-year-old kid in the jail? And I said, ma'am, it's because he's an adult in the criminal justice system. She was baffled by that. And I said, not only that, he is now looking at a second-degree felony. And I said, I don't know how this is going to play out, but these are very serious charges, and these are now on his record as an adult in the system. She goes, we can't even vote. I said, I know, but for these reasons, he's going to be in the adult jail, and he's going to be in adult community supervision if he ends up getting convicted of this. Those are examples that you can find in every one of your districts of kids being treated as adults. And we've talked about the difference between kids and adults, and we just talked about, Speaker Phelan up here, how we want to focus differently on kids than we focus on adults. Those systems need to be separated. And members, Texas is in the vast minority of states that treats anyone under the age of 18 as an adult. Only Georgia, Louisiana, Wisconsin, and Texas categorize 17-year-olds as adults. This has been an effort that has been ongoing for years in this body. And the last time that this bill came to the floor in a prior session, it was voted out unanimously from this body because they saw the wisdom in treating kids like kids and adults like adults. So I'd ask you to please vote in favor of this bill. I move passage.
Mr. Wilson, for what purpose?
Is the representative yield to questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields.
Sir, I just have one question for you. Do you know the age of maturity for a young adult male's brain?
I believe it's 25 or 27.
It's 25. Thank you, sir.
All right. No, and I think Colonel Wilson brings up a very important point. We have done a lot of work to understand brain development, brain science, and we've done a lot of good work to make sure that when we are dealing with children, we are making sure that we're on the right path, because the goal in the juvenile justice system, as we discussed before, is very different from that in the adult criminal justice system. And let me be clear, changing the age of responsibility for the adult criminal laws does not mean there is not accountability for these young people. There is, but it's rightly placed in the juvenile justice system, because when 17-year-olds that get into the adult system, they get subjected to a lifetime of consequences, a lasting criminal record that can hinder furthering their education, gaining employment, securing housing, joining the military. It can curb them from doing that, for making a mistake as a kid. And we all know that higher rates of recidivism occur when people don't have access to rehabilitation programs. And in our juvenile justice system, we focus on the rehabilitation part much more for that reason. So I won't belabor the point anymore. I ask you to support this bill and help these kids be treated like kids. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2234. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 69 ayes, 52 nays, House Bill 2234 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4916. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4916 by Canales, relating the assignment of a motor vehicle title by a dealer.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, did you all know that under the current interpretation of the DMV statute, dealers are required to assign out-of-state titles that reflect the dealer as the owner to themselves, creating unnecessary steps? This bill will change that. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4916. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 98 ayes, 26 nays, House Bill 4916 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5624. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5624 by Buckley, relating the liability of a motorized off-road vehicle entity for injuries arising from certain activities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, under existing law, equestrian sports and rodeo activities are granted liability protection for injuries resulting from the inherent risks of participation. However, motocross and other off-road vehicle sports, despite having similar risks, receive no such protection. HB 5624 seeks to provide similar protection for motocross track operators. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5624. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 113 ayes, 11 nays, House Bill 5624 finally passes. The chair lays out House Bill 4505. On third reading, the clerk will read the bill.
HB 4505 by Bella Montgomery, relating the establishment of the Workforce Housing Capital Investment Fund Program to fund the development of workforce housing in the state, authorizing a fee.
The chair recognizes Ms. Holt for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 4505 until 1:15 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5093. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5093 by Bojani, relating to disclosure under the public information law of certain contact information of a notary public that is maintained by the Secretary of State.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bojani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a pro-transparency bill. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5093. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 79 ayes, 39 nays, House Bill 5093 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5302. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5302 by Schatzline, relating the establishment of the Texas Foster Care Post-Adoption Assistance Account Program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schatzline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let's lower the barriers to adoption. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5302. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schatzline voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 119 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 5302 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5402. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5402 by Guerin, relating the fiscal impact statements for legislation imposing mandates on health benefit plan issuers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 5402 would provide more information to the legislature when evaluating the impact of health insurance mandates on the constituents. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5402. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 116 ayes, 7 nays, House Bill 5402 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading. House Bill 5606. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5606 by Wilson, relating the sick day pool of school employees in the state.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this may seem like a very small bill, but it's a very important bill to your retired teachers and your current teachers. It's simply when a teacher is going to retire, they can give their remaining sick leave days back to the school district so that the teachers can leverage those sick days. It doesn't cost the school districts anything. It's fully supported, especially by your teachers and retired teachers. Move passage.
Members, please excuse Mr. Hunter to attend a meeting of the Committee on Calendars on motion of Mr. Ashby. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Please excuse Mr. Verdell because of important business on motion of Ms. Harris Davila. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5606. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Jones of Dallas voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 105 ayes, 17 nays, House Bill 5606 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4630. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4630 by Kitzman, relating the regulation of artisan water wells by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality.
Chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 4630 just some housekeeping, cleans up some antiquated statutes that are covered in other places in the modern law. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4630. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guerra voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 121 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 4630 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4924. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4924 by Canales, relating the electronic documentation for the transfer of a motor vehicle title.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 4924 streamlines the title transfer process by prohibiting the DMV from requiring a physically printed electronic signature. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4924. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 91 ayes, 30 nays, House Bill 4924 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3339. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3339 by Ward Johnson, relating the study on maternal mortality and morbidity among black women in the state.
Members, please excuse Representatives Gerdes, Harris, Leach, and Tepper to attend a meeting on the Committee on Calendars on motion of Mr. Munoz. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Ms. Ward Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. HB 3339 is a simple bill that would allow for the Department of State Health Services to review and make recommendations of maternal mortality and morbidity in Black mothers. It would be a benefit to all mothers who go into the hospital and would like to be able to come back home to their family. Let's do everything we can to save a mother's life. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3339. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Show Ms. Jolanda Jones of Harris voting aye. Show Mr. McLaughlin voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 68 ayes, 52 nays, House Bill 3339 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, House Bill 3793. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3793 by McLaughlin, relating to the procedures for a commissioner's court to close, abandon, or vacate certain public roads.
Chair recognizes Mr. McLaughlin.
Mr. Speakers, members, House Bill 3793 gives counties limited flexibility when closing roads next to residential lots. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3793. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Show Mr. Rosenthal voting aye. Show Mr. Bojani voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 118 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 3793 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3631. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3631 by Hunter, relating to credit against required recapture payments for certain school districts at the cost of windstorm and hail insurance under the public school finance system.
Chair recognizes Ms. Villalobos.
This bill is for recapture credits for school districts when it comes to hail and windstorm insurance. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3631. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 101 ayes, 15 nays, House Bill 3631 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4882. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4882 by Schaffner, relating to newborn and infant testing for congenital cytomegalovirus.
Chair recognizes Ms. Schaffner.
Thank you, Speaker. Infant babies, so they can hear. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4882. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Bumgarner voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 117 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 4882 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, House Bill 5509. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5509 by Bumgarner, relating the suspension or revocation of a hotel or motel certificate of occupancy by a municipality for suspected human trafficking.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bumgarner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we passed last night to allow municipalities to crack down on human trafficking at hotels and motels. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
The following amendment. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bumgarner.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bumgarner on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment I worked on with the Texas Hotel and Lodging Association to ensure due process for hotels. This amendment ensures that municipalities may only suspend or revoke a CO if a law enforcement officer has provided an affidavit or probable cause swearing that criminal human trafficking is actively occurring at the hotel, and a court with jurisdiction issues an order stating that findings of probable cause that human trafficking activity is occurring or has occurred. I move adoption.
Mr. Bumgarner sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Bumgarner to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank my joint authors on this. Dean Thompson, thank you, ma'am. Terry Leo Wilson, thank you. And John Rosenthal, sir, you're a real G. I appreciate you, sir. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5509. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Rosenthal voting aye. Mr. Bumgarner voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 118 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 5509 finally passes. Chair lays that on third reading, House Bill 5499. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5499 by LaHood, relating to towing fee studies and the amount of non-consent towing fees in certain political subdivisions, authorizing an increase in existing fees.
Chair recognizes Mr. LaHood.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, let's be blunt. No one likes lawyers, politicians, or tow truck drivers until you need them. All this bill does is try to find out what a fair rate and take care of a central need.
Mr.
Move
Speaker.
passage.
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
Gentleman, yield for a question.
Gentleman, yield for questions.
I do.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Speaker Vasu. Thank you, Representative LaHood. I had a note in my briefing book to oppose this on behalf of the city of San Antonio, and I'm not sure if you were aware of that they took that position.
I am.
Okay, and I just wanted you to know that I'd be voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker. Child. Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Carr, are you okay?
Yes, thank you.
For what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman, yield for questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Gentleman yields.
Okay, so I was reading your bill. Can you describe what a non-consent tow is?
Yeah, non-consent tow is when you park at a business violating their requirements, and then you get towed.
Okay, would it also include an apartment complex and you don't have the correct sticker for that parking spot?
Yeah, my understanding is it would involve any situation in which the policy has been broken or violated, and then the vehicle is towed without obviously consenting to it.
Okay, so it's not like you're calling, you're stranded on the road, and you willingly call the tow truck driver for assistance. This is for some type of alleged violation.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so your bill, are you aware what the average cost of towing is in the state of Texas?
Not the average cost, but in committee, companies from Dallas, Houston, Austin, San Antonio, and other cities throughout the state testified that there was no consistency in what the towing rates were. They also testified that in a lot of these jurisdictions, rates hadn't been increased in 5 to 10 years, and as we're all well aware from testimony in all kinds of situations, that all costs have gone up, including vehicles, gas, insurance, maintenance, etc.
Well, in my area, I know that it's about $200. I've talked to some constituents who've had to pay over $200 to get their vehicle removed from the pound after it's towed, and that can be that's a strain on the individual and the families because it takes a lot of their money that they have to pay for rent. So this bill would authorize reevaluation and increasing in tows. Now, which tow companies have said that they're not able to meet their needs or keep their business open because the fees have not increased?
That's a great question, so I'm going to try and answer it as succinctly as I can. So 2 things. The state of Texas already does a study every 2 years on what's called the maximum tow rate. Now, this bill is not a mandate, but what it does do is requires the local municipalities to do a study to see what the fair market value is, and if they deviate from that third-party market analysis, to put into writing why it is.
Okay, you said it's not a mandate?
They don't have to initiate the fees that the study says is a fair rate, but if they deviate, if they don't follow that, if they reject that, they do have to put in writing. Again, transparency has been consistency this session as to why they are rejecting that.
Okay, so they don't, if their study says that they should increase it, but they decide to help their constituents, that they're not going to increase it, they can do that as long as they put it in writing that they decline to increase the rate of towing fees.
Yes, ma'am. That's my understanding.
And that's what your intent is?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr.
would you have
Raymond,
any
for
for a
what
couple
purpose?
questions, or one maybe two? Would you yield for a question?
Yes, sir, always.
Gentleman yields.
Well, I guess it's a question, but I'm looking at the printout of all our bills, and I think there's a typo in the caption that was listed on here, because it says 5499 by LaHood, and then on the second line it says authorizing an increase. Authorizing an increase, is that a typo?
What do you mean is a typo? Is it,
Like it shouldn't be on there? Authorizing?
I'm not advised.
Never mind, man.
I move passage.
Okay. Members, question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5499. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Martinez Fisher voting aye. Okay, grab that gavel. And when I point at you, you're going to bang it. Show Mr. Bernal voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all, show Mr. LaHood obviously voting aye for his bill. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 64 ayes, 50 nays, House Bill 5499 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5520. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5520 by Gomez, relating to border protection, economic development services, programs, and other measures, including establishing an education center and programs.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Border Enhancement Act by Representative Gomez. It's a good border bill, much like the HB 7 from last session that died in conference committee. Move final passage.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Lopez, for what purpose?
I have some questions.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Chairman Guillen, I know that you care a lot about border security, and I live right on the border on Cameron County, and we're right next to Mexico. So this bill greatly affects my area. So I have a few questions for you. Do you know what area this would affect? What county?
The border.
Do you know what county specifically?
All the border counties.
All the border counties?
Yeah.
I represent Cameron County and Hidalgo, Willacy County, sorry. And there are, do you know how many cities are in Cameron County?
Not advised, no.
So do you know how many cities were contacted, and was there a needs assessment with these cities in Cameron County or Willacy County?
Not advised.
So Cameron County has 52 cities, and are there any letters of support or needs assessment for any of those 52 cities in Cameron County?
Not that I'm aware of.
So were any constituents or law enforcement contacted?
That would be a question for the author.
Do you being the former chair of Homeland Security, do you know what law enforcement entities are on the border?
Of course.
Can you name some?
Well, we have, local, state, and federal law enforcement on the border.
So would you say we have some of these entities as well? Game wardens, school district PDs, you said city
Yes.
PDs, county sheriff departments, DPS, Border Patrol, ICE, Customs.
Absolutely.
Do you know if any of those were contacted and a needs assessment was done?
I'm not aware, but I will say that this bill is very, very similar to HB 7 from last session.
And do you know who killed HB 7 last session?
Well, it died in conference committee over not being able to agree on the final product.
Okay, all right. So was there any coordination with DPS, the governor's office, or any of the local law enforcement entities?
I know there certainly was back last session under HB 7. We coordinated with many entities.
Was there
I'm
any
not sure about
coordination on this bill with DPS, the governor's office, or local law enforcement?
That would be another question for the author. I'm sure they had to, but I'm not aware of the specific answer
Can you
to that.
mention some of the counties on the border that this would affect?
Well, starting with mine, I have Starr and Zapata counties on the border, and then, of course, in the valley, you've got Hidalgo and Cameron, and then you move on up the border, and you've got Webb, Maverick, Kinney. I'm already impressing myself with how many counties I can name, but there's Valverde, and there's El Paso County, and there's a few in the middle that Eddie Morales can probably refresh my memory on, but
Do you know if any of those state reps were contacted about this bill?
that would be a question for them. I don't know.
I appreciate you, Mr. Chairman. And the last question is accountability. This bill will also use some of our Texas taxpayers' funding for this bill. Do you know who's going to be held accountable for this funding?
Well, I would say each entity that spends the money should be held accountable
Okay, so
for what they use it on.
you're saying
And-
each entity, however, does this bill specify, I'm looking for facts,
Does it specify what? I'm sorry.
who will be accountable for the funding? That's okay if you don't know, it's not your bill. I appreciate you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Question for the author.
Gentleman, here for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Ginn, I realize the real author of this bill isn't here today. Do we have any idea if she's going to be here? I've got questions as well, and Ms. Lopez had some real questions that I know she'd be better equipped to answer. I've got concerns with this and questions. Could we postpone this until she's present?
She's got important business in the district.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker?
And for what purpose?
I rise on a point of order against further consideration of this bill under Rule 8, Section 3 on the grounds that the bill contains more than one subject.
Bring your point of order down front. Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I request for conversations on the following bills to be transcribed and placed in the journal: HB 413, 463, 557, 786, 824, 5525, SB 434, and HB 1765.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Ms. Rodriguez Ramos for a recognition.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for being here, and thank you for your wonderful staffs for helping us get through the last couple of weeks. But today I want to thank you. I want to take time today and take a moment to recognize my incredible team here on the right side of the gallery. Please stand up. Thank you. Yes. On the right side of it? Okay, yeah, well. Okay, well, they're on Leach's left, my right. But I want to thank, I don't know if you all know, a couple of weeks ago was Legislative Staff Week, and I was remiss in not recognizing my staff. I want to thank Cody Metter. Cody, raise your hand. She is the Executive Director of the Progressive Caucus, who kept the caucus roaring and alive this session. I'd keep them forever, but they accepted their position at UT Law as a law student, and so congratulations for that, Cody, for going to law school. Yes, we have a few upcoming law grads here on the floor. I want to thank Drew Corbett, who is running our Communications and Doge Committee. He is who I send to offices on the other side of the aisle because he looks like a Republican. Drew, wave to everybody, Drew. Kim Banda, who was here yesterday, she's our Malk Fellow, bringing sunshine, flowers, and good vibes to the office. Kim's from the Valley, but went to Pepperdine, so try not to California or Texas, Kim. Sierra Tyson, a Bastrop native who kept us on the cutting edge of criminal justice and recorded a podcast for me ahead of all of our committee meetings. So thank you so much, Sierra. And a special thanks to my army of interns, Molly, Allie, Shay, Brock, Allie, Bella, Julio, and last but not least, Fernando, who created the beautiful artwork for your floor report for the Progressive Caucus. And definitely want to thank my Chief of Staff, Max Gannon, who has been with me since last session but has taught me so much. Max, wave everybody. He has taught me so much for being such a young man. He has an old soul and probably one of the only men in my life who can control me. So thank you so much, Max. And everybody, my team is very special, as I know all of your teams are amazing, and I couldn't have gone through the session without you all. Good luck wherever life may take you, and I'm sure you're going to change the world for the better. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, members. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door. of
admit the
House.
messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HB 11, Phelan, sponsor Middleton, relating to license reciprocity agreements entered into by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation. HB 210, Guillen, sponsor Adam Hinojosa, relating to contracting with a school district or open enrollment charter school by a vendor with whom a member of the Board of Trustees or governing body of the district or school or a related individual has certain business interests, creating a criminal offense. HB 303, Vasut, sponsor Hagenbuch.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bojani for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise today to recognize Jewish Day at the Texas Capitol and in celebration of Jewish American Heritage Month, a time to honor the history, resilience, and contributions of the Jewish community here in Texas and across the nation. We are privileged to be joined today by Jewish Texans who carry forward the traditions shaped by remarkable perseverance. I ask them to please rise so we may recognize them. Sharing in Seder during Passover and joining for Rosh Hashanah services in synagogue across my district, I have witnessed a deep sense of community and collective memory, how tradition is kept alive not just through rituals, but through community. Time and time again, the community has shown what it means to stand firm in the face of adversity. Members, I want to offer a personal reflection. I know what it feels like to see your community face rising hate and misunderstanding, and I recognize that our Jewish neighbors have experienced the pain in unimaginable ways, which is why in a time when both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are on the rise, we must have the courage to speak up, stand together, and turn our words into action to reject hate and build a Texas where every person feels safe and respected. Let today's celebration at the Capitol serve as a reminder that the strength of Texas lies in our diversity and in the courage of the communities that have turned struggle into strength. Please join me in warmly welcoming our guest in the Texas House of Representatives.
Mr. Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome to your Texas Capitol. I want to extend the warm welcome to the Jewish community that's come here today. I also want to echo my colleagues' sentiments about how important it is for folks of different faiths and different ethnicities and all the intersections. Where hate comes at us, it's all the same hate, it just looks like it's in different flavors. And that's why we need to stand together in unity. So when hate comes at us, at your community, at our community, at your community, at our community, those haters should find us standing together with our arms locked in the face of that in unity and love. Thank you so much for being here today.
Mr. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to say this very strongly. There are 7 known civilizations of God. The first one was Israel, and the 7th one is the United States of America. Texas being the best state in America, I can assure you one thing, that we stand together with Israel. We always will. We'll stand as firm as anybody, and we'll fight right alongside of you until hell freezes over. So I will tell you, I wear this flag on my chest every day with honor. I'm a huge supporter of Israel, and I appreciate all of the Jewish faith. And thank you, and welcome to your Texas House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it is an honor to stand here in solidarity to celebrate Jewish Heritage Day at the Capitol. Back in the early civil rights movement, it was the Jewish community that stood shoulder to shoulder with the African American community fighting for civil rights. In fact, it was the Jewish community that helped co-found the NAACP back in 1910. And the NAACP's highest award that it gives out is named after a Jewish family that helped financially support the NAACP. So I am proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with my Jewish brothers and sisters, standing in solidarity. Our diversity is our strength. As a proud Christian, I'm so proud to worship and fellowship with many of my Jewish brothers and sisters, and I'm so happy that to see such great diversity and appreciation for our Jewish community, not just today, but every single day. We must all speak out against anti-Semitism. We must all speak truth to power and do everything we can to love all of our brothers and sisters as Christ loved the church. Thank you.
Ms. Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as a member of a blended family, my husband is Jewish, and my ancestry is Sephardic. So I am very proud to stand in unity with you in representing my family, who holds your culture and your religion very dear to our hearts. So with that said, I am a strong believer in separation of church and state, but I know that there is no room for hate in any state. So I am strongly with everyone here that says love must conquer all, and we must all love each other and try to silence the voices of hate. Thank you.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Speaker, members, I want to take a moment to recognize and uplift the Jewish community across Texas. I had the profound honor of helping save the life of a young Jewish woman named Megan Kaplan. My son Giovanni and I were awarded a Hero Award for those actions, but the true reward was being embraced by the family, by Megan and her mom, Kara. Their strength, warmth, and resilience continue to inspire me. The Jewish community is a vital part of the rich fabric of Texas, and especially in times like these, we must stand firmly against anti-Semitism and all forms of hate. To the Jewish community, you are welcome here, you are valued, and you are not alone. Thank you.
Ms. Simmons.
Good morning and welcome to your Texas Capitol. I had not planned on saying anything, but I have to acknowledge and take a point of personal privilege to my predecessor and constituent, Mr. Paul Corbett up there, my good friend Hayden, and the Thomas family, who I love dearly. I'm also very proud to represent a portion of Meyer Land, which is a Houston neighborhood that has very large Jewish population. So thank you so much for being here. We are all standing with you and standing against hate. And again, welcome to your Texas Capitol.
Thank you.
Ms. Weiner on the floor of the House. Point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Move passage.
Please excuse Representatives Busey, Isaac, Morales Shaw, Shaheen, Toth, and Wilson to attend a meeting of the Committee on Elections on a motion of Mr. Myers. Their objection, chair hears none, so ordered. Ms. Lopez in opposition to the bill.
Members, I appreciate your efforts here on this House. I know that you all work very diligently to do what's best for your communities. And in this situation, I am on the border, and this greatly affects us. And the concern was that there seems to be no coordination with our law enforcement or our local entities, our cities, or the state reps as well. And so that's why I brought up the questions and the accountability on the funding. How is this money going to be used? Who's going to hold it accountable? And I ask you to vote what is best for Texas. I am opposed to the bill.
Does anyone else wish to speak on, for, or against House Bill 5520? Chair recognizes Mr. Kane in opposition.
Yeah, members, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me. Members, I hope you're listening to Representative Lopez, who's down there in the region, and recognizing that the way this bill was done was unfair and improper. I hope you were listening to some of those questions that apparently things that the author's not here to answer, but apparently not everybody's that fond of this. This bill was done wrong, and I'm hoping that you'll vote against it. Thank you.
Mr. Guillen to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Texas Border Enforcement Act. This is about border security. It directs the Department of Public Safety to designate a liaison to coordinate with U.S. Customs and Border Protection. It establishes a border grant court program to deal with court issues that we are having on the border. It provides financial assistance for public safety initiatives in border communities administered by the Criminal Justice Division at the Office of the Governor. It creates a border institution grant program administered by the Higher Ed Coordinating Board to support institutions of higher ed located on the border region to deal with education and training of border security law enforcement on the border.
Mr. Romero?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
He yields for questions.
I think some of us are not really clear on the bill. I really want you to, my understanding of the bill was this would provide grant funding for schools, your educational needs, your law enforcement. Is that correct?
one of the things it would do is that, yes.
Yeah, so these are funds that are needed in your county. I know this kind of sounds like an inter-county situation here, and I think a lot of us don't want to get involved in that. But when someone says that you need these funds and that it is a grant fund, can you help me understand, to the best of your ability, the need that you have in that county?
Well, there's no question that there's a lot of need. Border security is one of the most important issues for Texans over and over the past number of years. This helps address border security. And again, this is a bill that's very, very similar to HB 7 from last session that I was the author of, that we passed the House, also passed the Senate, and then we couldn't come to an agreement in the conference committee. But something that is very similar to the way we drafted that bill originally in last session.
So this is similar to the bill that you passed last session. Is that correct? You passed
Out
it
of
out
the House.
You passed
Yes.
it out of the House, but not out of the Senate. So
Right.
this is another attempt, and there's
pro border security.
Yeah. And so this is exactly the same bill that was passed out of this House, a Republican majority House last session. Is that correct?
Well, I wouldn't say exactly, but it's very, very similar.
But it does have some of the innovations
A
that
lot
you've
of,
been. Yeah.
Most of it is the same. Yes.
Thank you, Chairman.
Passes
Speaker.
for purpose.
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Yields for questions.
Okay, Mr. Guillen, thank you so much for stepping in here for Representative Gomez. And is this bill, it's called the Texas Border Enforcement Act? Is that what you're saying that it's called?
The Border Enhancement Act.
Border Enhancement Act. Okay, does this bill build a wall?
No.
Does it put buoys in the river?
No.
Does it build any fencing whatsoever along the border?
No.
Does it put National Guard troops at the border?
No.
Okay, does it put anyone from the Texas Military Department at the border?
No. It just sets. It designates someone to coordinate with the federal law enforcement.
So it designates someone to coordinate with federal law enforcement. Wouldn't that be our own Texas Military Department and DPS troopers that would do that already?
Well, it's designating somebody at DPS to coordinate closer with the U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
Okay, and the author of this bill is a Democrat, correct?
Right.
Okay, and then we had a Republican member speak against the bill, right?
Right.
With all due respect, doesn't that seem a little off if this is the Texas Border Enforcement Act and it doesn't do anything to strengthen the border?
Well, I would argue that it does. With all the border security activity that we have, it creates problems in our court system. This helps address the court system. It also helps border communities through the Criminal Justice Division and the Office of the Governor. It's got some programs there too to help with that. It also, we have a shortage of law enforcement often, and that helps. This helps with making sure that we train folks to do border security on the border as well, among a few other things.
Okay. Do you know if the Texas Conservative Coalition was in favor of this bill, TCC? Were they in favor or opposed? Do you know?
I'm not advised.
Okay, I think that they were opposed. The Texas House Republican Caucus, do you know if they were for this bill or opposed to this bill?
I'm not advised.
Okay, I think they were opposed to this bill. Okay, thank you, sir.
Mr. Guillen for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 5520 until 2 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Mr. Bell of Montgomery for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House grant permission for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs to meet while the House is in session today at 2 p.m. in room 3W15 to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. So ordered. Following announcement, clerk read the announcement.
The Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs will meet today at 2 p.m. in room 3W.15 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Chair lays out House Bill 4505 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4505 by Bella Montgomery relating to the establishment of the Workforce Housing Capital Investment Fund program to fund the development of workforce housing in the state, authorizing a fee.
Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to take just a second to lay this out. This creates the Workforce Housing Capital Investment Fund inside the Treasury, but outside of the general fund. It's general revenue fund. It's funded by gifts, grants, donations, and if we choose to appropriations, Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs will be responsible for determining administration and rules. It will build single housing projects, and it'll work together with folks to develop workforce development, community colleges and community colleges to train construction trades and certify skilled workers in on-job training to obtain National Association of Building Institute certificates, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all? Mr. Toth voting nay. 72 ayes, 42 nays. House Bill 4505 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1177. Clerk read the bill.
Senate Bill 1177 by Alvarado relating to the fire safety inspections at public and private schools.
Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm proud to carry this Senate bill across the finish line for Senator Alvarado. This bill requires a school's fire inspection to include the inspection of any AED devices on a school campus to ensure full functionality. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage. Final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? 108 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 1177 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1559. Clerk read the bill.
SB 1559 by Zaffarini relating to the transfer of a protective order.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, members, if there's a protective order pending in one court and a divorce action pending in a different court, this bill merely puts both actions in one court. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 118 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 1559 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 746. Clerk read the bill.
SB 746 by Zaffarini relating to guardianship matters.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, members, if there's a guardianship, the courts are allowed to appoint an attorney ad litem and give them extra time to file their report. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 122 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 746 finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 434. Clerk read the bill.
SB 434 by Miles relating the authority of the Harris County Hospital District to employ and commission peace officers.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a local bill that the Harris County Hospital District asked me to carry because of ongoing workplace violence. It's meant to help keep their employees and patients safe. This bill allows Harris Health to commission peace officers like every other major hospital system in Texas TCC supports this bill. Let's keep our healthcare workers and patients they serve safe. And this is the only bill so far that Sheriff Louderback has supported me on. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Ms. Jones voting aye. Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting aye. Have all members voted? 99 ayes, 23 nays. Senate Bill 434 is finally passed. Please excuse Mr. Jones of Dallas because of important business in the district. On motion of Ms. Garcia of Bear, please excuse Representative Lowe to attend a meeting of the Committee of Intergovernmental Affairs on motion of Mr. Alcott. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1383. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 1383 by Middleton relating to the regulation of referral agencies for senior living communities.
Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1383 sets rules for agencies that help families find senior living options. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. King voting aye. Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 106 ayes, 15 nays. Senate Bill 1383 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1214. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 1214 by Perry relating to operations and administrations of the Conco County Hospital District.
Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply updates legislation for the Concho County Hospital District, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 88 ayes, 30 nays. Senate Bill 1214 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1079. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 1079 by West relating the authority of a county to dispose of sensitive media devices.
Ms. Garcia Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we passed yesterday ensuring that counties have the ability to destroy sensitive media devices to prevent data breaches. Thank you to Rep. Guillen, Jones, Anchia for joint authoring this bill, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 87 ayes, 35 nays. Senate Bill 1079 is finally passed. Please excuse Mr. Lambert because of important business on motion of Mr. Ashby. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Please excuse Mr. Bonin because of important business on motion of Mr. Phelan. Is there objection? Chair is none. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 3037. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 3037 by Zaffarini relating to the creation of the La Cima Municipal Management District Number 1, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes, granting a limited power of eminent domain.
Ms. Weiner.
Thank you, members. This is the local municipal management district for the San Marcos area. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 71 ayes, 47 nays. Senate Bill 3037 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2141. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 2141 by Zaffarini relating to the issuance of specialty license plates to state and federal judges.
Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this allows judges to de-identify their plates to make them less of a target. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 93 ayes, 28 nays. Senate Bill 2141 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2185. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 2185 by Hinojosa relating to the bilingual education allotment under the public school finance system.
Dr. Buckley for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration Senate Bill 2185 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 19th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1895. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 1895 by Perry relating to the designation of a portion of the State Highway Loop 88 in Lubbock County as the First Responders Memorial Loop.
Mr. Tepper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is our new Loop 88, and we're going to memorialize the first responders in our area. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 124 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 1895 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1241. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 1241 by Middleton relating to consideration of college entrance examinations for admission to certain public institutions of higher education and a study of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board regarding those examinations.
Ms. Leo Wilson.
Members, currently Texas law explicitly names two college entrance exam vendors, SAT and ACT, as the only assessments that students can use for admission to college. This has created an education code that locks in very specific vendors. It wasn't done intentionally, I believe, but it does limit competition, innovation, and flexibility in how we evaluate college readiness. This bill would allow the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to evaluate and approve additional assessments. It is permissive, and that way we introduce healthy competition, drive innovation, and provide students and families with choice. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 77 ayes, 44 nays. Senate Bill 1241 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 901. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 901 by Cole Course relating declaration of a candidate's ineligibility on the basis of filing an application for a place on the general primary election ballot or for nomination by convention with more than one political party.
Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members. Prohibits candidates running for multiple political parties in the same election year. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 119 ayes, 2 nays. Senate Bill 901 is finally passed. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1883 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1883 by Betancourt relating to the approval of land use assumptions, capital improvement plans, and impact fees.
Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Remember, Senate Bill 1883 simply provides transparency and predictability of impact fees. I believe we have a third reading amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Romero.
Mr. Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to thank Chairman Buckley for allowing the amendment to go on that protects any city who is taking these impact fees in a staggered approach. I move adoption.
Mr. Romero sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the bill author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Dr. Buckley to close.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 87 ayes, 32 nays. Senate Bill 1883 is finally passed. Chair lays out Senate Bill 552 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 552 by Huffman relating to changing the eligibility of certain persons to receive community supervision, including deferred adjunction community supervision.
Mr. Leach. Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 552 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 19th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Moody, for what purpose? Chair lays out House Bill 1249 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1249 by Zwiener relating to authorizing the use of a writing portfolio assessment to assess writing performance for public school students.
Ms. Zwiener.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in the 84th legislative session, Representative Van Dever passed a pilot program to allow school districts to assess our students' writing through portfolios instead of a standardized test. HB 1249 builds on his work to make sure that our school districts, who, by the way, loved this program, And I really appreciate all of y'all visiting with me about your districts that participate in the pilot. It allows our school districts to choose to use this writing portfolio assessment instead of a standardized assessment. I really want to thank the various members who have worked with me on this bill throughout the sessions, including former Rep. Matt Krause, Representative Jared Patterson, Representative Brad Buckley, Representative Will Metcalf, and of course, Representative Van Dever, and Representative Ken King. Members, I ask for your favorable consideration on this bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
was gentlelady yield for a question?
Gentlelady for questions?
I will.
She yields for questions.
Mrs. Weiner, in a past legislative session, we authorized the founding of the Derek Zoolander Center for Kids Who Can't Read Good. And I'd like to know how House Bill 1249 interacts with that institution.
Yeah, that was some very important legislation, but we've decided to build on the Derek Zoolander Institute for Kids Who Don't Read Good with the Aaron Zwiener and Gary Van Dever Institute for Students Who Write Well.
Fantastic bill, thank you.
I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Mr. Van Dever voting aye. Have all members voted? 103 ayes and 21 nays. House Bill 1249 is finally passed. Chair lays out HJR 218 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR 218 by Y. Davis of Dallas, proposing a constitutional amendment to authorize the use of money from the Texas Energy Fund for energy efficiency projects conducted to benefit retail electric customers.
Chair recognizes Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I'm happy to introduce HJR 218 to you again. Again, this is an effort to broaden our commitment to energy efficiency. Why does this matter? Because it's not just more power, it's efficient power. It lowers and reduces power during the peak hours. It will reduce the stress on our grids. It'll save money for Texas families. This is a win for reliability, but it's also a win for citizens of the state of Texas. I think it's important that we realize policy has to be before politics. This is an opportunity for us to bring our citizens into being part of the solution as we talk about the grid and reliability and the stress that our families are having. Maybe at some point we will realize, and I hope during this session, we will introduce the notion of talking about making a difference for people as well as the state with good policy and not about politics. Let me tell you what I'm talking about. We endure all of the discussions about all the things we need in Texas. As a new member on State Affairs, after a number of hearings, I realized no one talked about people. They didn't talk about the consumer. They didn't talk about how people could participate in this process. It was all about the industry. We have got to somehow rephrase the conversation around not just the industry, but the people that we're here to serve. I think it's a coalition, it's a relationship that we have forgotten, that this ought to be government for and by the people, as well as the industry. So I bring HJR 218 to you to look at how do we get back to connecting policy with people. This is an opportunity. The bill only suggests that we allow the citizens, to participate in an election to be part of the solution. We have put potentially $10 billion in a fund set aside for the industry to use. This HJR would allow us to take $1 billion for the citizens to make a decision about being part of the solution. Weatherization, new windows, all of the things that families struggle with have been an issue. They can take funds that are funds that's already made available to deal with this issue.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes.
She yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Davis. I know we discussed this your very important HJR the other day. And just to emphasize, these are funds that have already been approved by the legislature and by the voters 2 years ago. Is that right?
That's correct.
And these are funds that by and large have not yet been expended in the Texas Energy Fund. And you're trying to open this fund up to our constituents. Is that right?
That's correct. I'm not trying to take away or change what the funds can be used for. It is just my belief citizens can participate in the solution as we try to look for a more reliable and secure grid system.
That's right. And your HJR will leave the ability for the fund to help fund new generation projects in Texas, but also allow our constituents to receive funds to help modernize, weatherize their homes or make their homes more energy efficient and save them money and save electricity at the same time to help make our grid more reliable. Is that right?
That's correct. Okay. I think we sometimes forget that our participation ought to involve citizens also being a part of the solution to the issues for Texas. We all care about Texas, and it would require us to invest in this and ownership of this challenge to make our grid more safe and more reliable.
Well, I think if we pass this today, I think our constituents are going to, all of our constituents are going to thank us for doing so. So it's a great
I think this is a win for the people by having this opportunity to be part of our solution. Again, I offer this, and I understand this environment better than anybody, unfortunately. And I don't think I can get 100 votes in here because I don't think anybody pays attention to policy anymore. I think everybody talks about things about their respective bill, but I don't think they think about Texas. And this is really about Texas. This isn't about your campaign, my constituents, your constituents. This is about Texas. How do we deal with making Texas stronger? And how do we encourage our citizens to be a part of it? We've set aside $10 billion, potentially $10 billion, for sure $5 billion, that the voters approve to do just this. This allows us to let citizens participate in a more involved manner. So I offer this to be, but I'm a realist, you know. I've been trying to get over my thought that this ought to be about us working together. That isn't happening. That isn't happening. I've gotten over the fact that we don't have the decorum and the commitment to this process and or this chamber like it had been in the past. I get that now. I'm not comfortable with it. I don't want to validate it, but I have to acknowledge it. And when I see what we're doing here, and when I see when we can bring legitimate discussion on issues that will make a difference for Texans, and it is not respected, I don't know where we go from here. We can talk about being this great state we want to be, but if we don't act on that, we don't get there. So, you know, I want to offer this resolution because I think this is the key to people reinvesting in their government. But I don't think that we get there. So here's my thought that I'm going to pull this resolution down. I'll bring this back, and hopefully we'll become more mature and more committed to a greater Texas and get more people involved and being a part of a constructive conversation instead of a political conversation. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to withdraw this bill.
Ms. Davis moves to lay HJR 218 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection?
Yes.
All right. Do
I
we have
would-
objection?
So, she was going to lay it to rest or whatever?
She has made a motion to lay the bill on the table subject to call.
May I just,
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
may I make a comment? I'm not sure. Parliamentary
Ms.
inquiry?
State your inquiry.
Is there a way for me to make a request of Representative Davis to not lay it?
It's not a proper parliamentary inquiry. Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry?
State your inquiry.
If we want to go ahead and take a vote on this, is there a way to, would we just have to vote against the motion?
You can either yes, or you can ask her to withdraw the motion.
Well, I would ask that she withdraw the motion because I think this is such an important issue. This is something that I think that we should show the people of Texas where our representation stands. I know that, but it's up to her.
She has withdrawn her motion.
Okay.
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Um,
The motion's been withdrawn. Chair recognizes Ms. Davis.
will the gentle lady yield for a question?
Yes.
Gentlelady yield for questions. She yields for questions.
Very respectfully, I ask you to let us take a vote on this. I understand.
Ms. Goodwin, the bill is in front of us. The motion at table has been withdrawn. She's proceeding.
Right.
So your questions to her would be on the bill itself.
Okay. Getting a lot of advice back here. All right. If I could speak in favor of the bill.
You can't do that from the back mic, Ms. Goodwin.
I will come up there. I just wanted you to wait.
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move to reduce in writing the conversations on HJR 218 and place in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Any objection? Chair is none so ordered.
Mr.
Ms. Jones, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
She yield for questions.
Yes. Rep Davis, question. So, to make sure that everyone here understands what this is, there's currently $10 billion already appropriated for what?
To create a more efficient, reliable, secure grid system. And we do that not just by creating more power, we do that by being smart about power. We do that by helping homeowners come up with ways to secure their homes with lower rates of weatherization, windows, even they could put to the housing, they have programs that they can use on their houses to lower their rates. It's all available to citizens, and right now only the corporations can use this
So,
money.
I just want to be clear. Mr. Speaker, can we have, I can't hear.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
Rep Davis, correct me if I'm wrong, because I just want to make sure that I'm voting on the right thing. Right now, there's already $10 billion appropriated for the state of Texas to try to figure out how to make the grid more reliable. Is that a true statement?
That's a true statement.
And the majority of that $10 billion, as it is right now, goes to corporations to figure out how to make the grid system more reliable. Is that accurate?
What happens is the PUC has developed a program. We've got money set aside that companies can get grants and loans to provide more power, build new generators and transmission systems. But the citizens, this is our opportunity to allow our citizens to utilize those funds to do what they can do for energy efficiency and reliability. And that's the goal of this, was to allow citizens to have access to the resources that we thought would be helpful and available for industry to use, but also for citizens to use.
So what you're saying is this: of the $10 billion that is already appropriated for companies to try to figure out how to create a more reliable grid, you're simply asking us to take $1 billion of that $10 billion to allow citizens to figure out how to make their homes more reliable so that they don't drain as much from the grid. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Thank you so much.
Speaking for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for a few questions?
Generally yield for questions.
Yes.
She yields
I
for
yield.
questions.
Rep. Davis, I know I was a staffer then, but I'm going to ask, can you remind this body what happened in the last winter storm we had in 21, why we wanted to really boost up the system?
I will tell you that what we've seen is things are changing, and people lost their homes. They didn't have utilities. They didn't have power. The gamut. We lost lives during this time. We're better than that. Texas can do better. And to not look at all avenues to make a difference, including involving citizens so that they could do things at their home and be part of the change to protect Texas, that's all we're talking about. Is
wasn't
how
this
do we
something that
do
people
that
asked about?
without involving the citizens that we're here to protect and the state we want to improve? If you leave that component out, you just got industry doing it. We believe, as Texans, that we ought to be part of the solution. This will afford an election to be held so that residents in their respective communities can look at ways to do this. I don't know how we think we're governing when we leave people behind. It's part of, they're part of the solution. It takes us all working together. And I think when we talk about an HJR that would need 100 votes, quite frankly, I don't think people are committed to that. I think they're waiting for people. I don't think this body is committed to that. Let me say that. That's probably more accurate. I don't think the body understands the value of involving the community, the outside communities, in solutions for the state of Texas. And that's my challenge, is to say to folks, if we don't do anything, we ought to make sure we take people with us as we grow and build Texas.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate this HJR because I know we all got phone calls after that storm. It affected us from north, south, from the center, all over Texas. And people were asking for exactly what you're offering right here on this body when people lost loved ones and they didn't know if they were going to have food and people didn't have a place to stay. And we promised them we were going to fix our grid. I commend you for trying to do what the voters had asked us, what Texans have asked us to do. I appreciate you.
Hayes, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield?
Yield for questions?
I do.
Yes.
She yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative. As I understand from reading your joint resolution, the current Constitution already has a provision that there will be loans and grants. And it says in the Constitution, necessary to ensure the reliability or adequacy of an electric power grid in this state. Am I reading that correctly?
That's correct, but it doesn't allow the citizens to use those funds. The constitutional amendment that was passed is for corporations to use those funds. It did not give authorization for citizens to use it. And my HJR just allows for citizens to also access those funds so that they can do what they can do at their respective locations and homes to assist in achieving this goal. That's the only difference.
All right, so I do see here, up earlier in the constitutional amendment, it says to provide loans and grants to any entity. And that's the point you're making. This has to go to an entity, not to individuals.
Not individuals, that's the difference.
Okay. And why don't we add any entity or individual up there? Because the language that you're adding says and to finance energy efficiency projects conducted to benefit retail electric customers. It doesn't say to be used by a customer, it says to benefit retail electric customers. So I'm wondering if the language accomplishes the objective that you're seeking to undertake.
Sir, let me just mention that at this point, that is my challenge, trying to get us to understand that the customers, retail customers, the citizens, not the entities are who we're trying to get engaged in this. And I don't get to just change that constitution. I mean, that's already passed for the companies. So we're just trying to make sure that we can do it for the residents and the retail customers who are going to be the beneficiary of these grants and loans by having a more secure system. Again, I get that everybody is comfortable with doing it one way. I just happen to believe that bringing citizens into the formula is essential and beneficial.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Goodwin in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I think this is such an important issue that we not only add power through all sorts of different means, but through conservation. That makes our grid more resilient and reliable at a time when we have AI and data centers that are calling for more energy. We have more people moving to the state. And what could happen if her bill passes is that we put this up to a vote of the people. And I understand that with a number of members having left for important business in their districts right now, that it may be very difficult for her to get the votes that are needed to get to 100 so that we can put it up to a vote of the people. But I think it's important for our constituents back home to see who is willing, which of their representatives are willing to put this up to a vote that they can participate in, so that they can know that they have some ability to do things like putting solar panels on their homes, making their homes more weather resilient. So back in 2007, I put solar panels on my home, and it was Austin Energy that had a program providing a rebate that made that something that we could do very inexpensively. I envision that this bill, should it pass, would allow for some of the $10 billion to be used for programs like that that our energy providers could sponsor. So that's why I think it's really important for us to take this vote, and I hope that you will vote for this so that your constituents can vote in November to add this as an option. Thank you.
Ms. Davis, for motion.
Thank you, members. Mr. Speaker, I regretfully am moving to postpone for further consideration of H.R. 218 until June 3rd, 2025. I think this is an issue that we need to deal with, and I think it stems with we need to talk about policies for the state of Texas and not go into politics. I think we need to review this and make sure that we're doing everything from this place to make it better for the state of Texas. With that, I'm going to postpone to June 3rd, 2025.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair lays out House Bill 5623 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5623 by Y. Davis of Dallas relating to the provisions of loans and grants from the Texas Energy Fund for certain energy efficiency projects.
Ms. Davis for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. HB 5623 was enabling legislation for the HJR. Without the HJR, we don't need the enabling legislation. I would move to postpone further consideration of HB 5623 until June 3rd, 2025.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair recognizes Ms. Button for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, last Friday, you remember that I introduced Taiwan's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Lin. And today I have another wonderful news. Last summer, the governor and I and the Representative Caprillion, we visited Taiwan, set up the Texas office in Taiwan. And during that time, during the visit, the Minister of Economic Affairs, they promised to come to Texas, pay an official visit, and now they are here. All right, so let me go ahead and introduce. First, Dr. Guo Zhihui, Minister of Economic Affairs. Second, Mr. William Liu, Director General of International Trade Administration, and Dr. Qiu Qiuhui, Director General of Industrial Development Administration, and Dr. Edwin Lu, President of the Industrial Technology Research Institute. I know time is running short, so I'm not going through everything, but I want you to know first, where's the Representative Luther? Yeah, right here. They just make announcement, additional $4 billion investment in her district. How about that? So we're going to run to see the governor now, but thank you so much for your support. They are here to see the science park will bring more technology investment and create more jobs for great Texas. Thank you. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Chair lays out House Bill 5520 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5520 by Gomez relating to border protection, economic development services, programs, and other measures, including establishing an education center and program.
Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Representative Gomez's bill. It's the Border Enhancement Act. It's a good border bill, which, much like HB 7 of last session, as I mentioned earlier, HB 7 died in conference committee, but it has many of the same programs. There is an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Patterson.
Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Texas has been a leader in border security. In fact, we've done more than any state in the history of the United States to secure the Texas border. This bill is a good bill, and it's going to be better after this amendment, which simply just strikes some language that we felt like was unnecessary.
Mr. Chasline, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentlemen yield for questions.
Be happy to
He
yield
yields
for
questions.
Representative Patterson, is it your understanding that many grassroots border organizations were against this bill, but with this amendment, they now support this bill?
Yes, sir. That's my understanding.
I can't wait to vote for this bill, and I hope my colleagues will join me in doing the same.
Thank you. Move adoption.
Mr. Speaker.
Purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentlemen yield for questions.
I will.
He yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Patterson. So I am refreshing, and the amendment is not coming up right now. Can you walk through what your amendment does?
I sure can. Yes, sir. If you look at the bill on page 1, line 23, which is the second to last line on page 1, we strike everything after the words securing the Texas-Mexico border. The rest of line 23 24, and then on page 2, lines 1 and 2. So we strike that part. And we strike out some of the grants to some of the higher education, like colleges. And then we also strike in section 2.01 of the bill, quote, that are evidence-based and balanced the following priorities of enhancing the security of the state, providing humanitarian assistance, and ensuring robust trade across the Texas-Mexico border. We believe this is a good bill that can help coordinate communities along the border. And with this amendment, we believe that it is a stronger bill that can help do those things.
Okay, let me ask you this, Representative Patterson. It seems like you're striking a lot of the bill. What is left in the bill with your amendment?
Well, there's a lot of coordination between different communities along the border. Representative Lopez now is in support of this bill with this amendment, and I think that I've spoken with other members here on the floor that are along the border that will also be in support of this bill.
Okay, so have you spoken with Representative Gomez about your amendment?
I have via courier of Ms. Gonzalez, and she is in support of this amendment.
She is?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Representative Gonzalez is somewhere here, if you'd like to ask her yourself.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Go back there. Go back there. Move adoption.
Mr. Patterson sends an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Guillen, Mr. Tinderholt on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want the folks in this room to know that all of the grassroots border folks agreed to 100% of the changes. I will be voting yes on this bill.
Mr. Guillen.
Move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Schatzline voting aye. Lopez voting aye. Mr. Bumgarner voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. King voting aye. Mr. Rosenthal voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Al-Shaw voting aye. Have all members voted? 123 ayes, 2 nays. House Bill 5520 is finally passed. Members, the Speaker's desk is clear. Ms. Sweener for an announcement.
Hi, members. As many of y'all know, we are planning to celebrate my law school graduation today, but we know everybody wants to go home. We're moving it to Monday. Thanks, y'all.
Mr. Guillen moves that the House adjourn pending the reading and referral of bills until 10 a.m. Monday. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House stands adjourned pending the reading and referral of bills. Good job. You are the most popular man in this building. The following bills and referral on first reading. The following bills and resolutions on first reading referral. The clerk will read the bills and resolutions.
ATR 148 by Phelan designating the British City as the official corn dog capital of Texas for the 10-year period ending in 2035, referred to the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. HTR 149 by Brian Gardner, relating the Governor of the State of Texas the posthumously awarded Texas Legislative Medal of Honor to the U.S. Navy SEAL Nathan Gage Ingram of Roanoke, referred to the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs. HTR 151 by Hinojosa designating October 5th as Teachers' Day as a 10-year period ending in 2035, referred to the Committee on Public Education. HR 1134 by Guerin, designating the grandchildren of the House members as honorary mascots, for the Committee on House Administration. HR 1135 by Guerin, relating to electing children of the House members to the honorary office of mascot, for the Committee on House Administration. SB 644 by Johnson, relating to designating the second Saturday in October as a hospice and palliative care day, for the Committee on Public Health. SB 1073 by Hughes, relating to discriminating against or burdening against constitutional rights of an applicant for holder of a license to practice law in the state, for the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 1230 by Hughes, relating designation of a farm to Market Road 10 in Panola County and as the Deputy Sheriff's Chris Dickerson's Memorial County, for the Committee on Transportation. SB 85 by Eckhart relating the protection of bats, for the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SB 1310 by Cook relating the senior retirement communities, for the Committee on Human Services. SB 1359 by Parker relating the creation, powers, duties, and financing of the Wise Regional County Water District, granting a power of eminent domain, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments. Refer to the Committee on Natural Resources. SB 1361 by Alvarado relating disaster recovery loan program for the small and micro businesses, for the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 1778 by Miles relating the use of telemedicine services in the juvenile justice system, for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 1790 by Campbell relating the composition of the Commonwealth County Juvenile Board, for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 2043 by Hughes relating to prohibited retaliation against a physician or healthcare provider for reporting of certain violations or certain actions with respect to the divisions of healthcare services, providing a civil remedy, for the Committee on Public Health. SB 2460 by Creighton relating to rapid DNA analysis performed by certain law enforcement agencies in contact with certain DNA databases, for the Committee of Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs. SB 2518 by Hughes relating designation of the portion of the State Highway 64 in Smith County as the Fire Marshal Jimmy Seaton Memorial Highway, for the Committee on Transportation. SB 2532 by Middleton relating the calculation of voter approval rate for certain municipalities that receive municipal hotel occupancy tax revenue and other money from the local park board of trustees, or for the Committee of Ways and Means. SB 2619 by Creighton relating to certain accountability related policy procedures related to public schools, the availability of information regarding public trustees for the school district, the governing board, and the open enrollment charter schools, and the approval of the Texas Education Agency training provided to a member of the board of trustees for the school district, for the Committee of Public Education. SB 2696 by Campbell relating to the regulation of the performance of the cosmetic injections, for the Committee on Public Health. SB 2747 by Paxton relating the limitations applicable to certain agreements providing for the rebate for the municipal sales and use of the taxes that are granted and loan of those taxes, or for the Committee of Ways and Means. SB 2751 by Paxton relating the inspection of residential day and placement facilities for special education students, for the Committee of Public Education. SB 2790 by West relating designation of the U.S. Highway 67 in Dallas and Ellis counties as the Eddie Memorial Johnson Memorial Highway, for the Committee of Transportation. SB 2847 by Hagan B relating the innovations of the core curriculum and accelerate the award of the bachelor's degree, including the establishment of the general education curriculum advisory committee, for the Committee of Higher Education. SB 2857 by Blanco relating the prescription drug purchasing pool of a certain health benefit plan issues and employers, or for the Committee on Insurance. SB 2972 by Korean relating expressive activities of public institutions and higher education, for the Committee on Higher Education. SB 3048 by Birdwell relating the creation of the Blue Bonnet Hills Municipal Management District Number 1, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessment fees and taxes, for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 3050 by Hughes relating the creation of the Fannin County Improvement District Number 1, authority to issue bonds, for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 3051 by Paxton relating the creation of the Grasslands Municipal District Number 1 of Collin County, granting a limited power of eminent domain, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes, for the Committee on Land and Resource Management. SB 3052 by Parker relating the powers and duties of validating certain acts and proceedings of the Coal Ranch Improvement District Number 1 in Denton County, for the Committee of Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 3053 by Parker relating the powers and duties validating certain acts and proceedings of the Hunter Ranch Improvement District Number 1 in Denton County, for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 3056 by Hagan B relating the creation of the Volubium Ranch Municipal District Number 1, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authorities to impose assessment fees and taxes, or for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 3058 by Cold Course relating to certain improvements made in programs by the Post Oak Savannah Groundwater Conservation District, for the Committee on Natural Resources. SB 3061 by Creighton relating the eligibility of certain children elected officials to participate in the Education Savings Account program, for the Committee of Public Education. SJR 87 by Huffman proposing constitution requiring the denial of bail of persons accused of certain offenses punishable as a felony who could have been previously convicted or who were released on bail of certain offenses punishable as a felony at the time of the new offense, or for the Committee of Criminal Jurisprudence. The following resolutions are being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars: HCR 150 by Dyson, HR 1112 by Wilson, HR 1114 by Darby. The following resolutions by Guerra are being referred to the Committee of Local and Consent Calendars: HR 1115 through 1119, HR 1119, HR 1120 by Lauterbach, HR 1121 by Reynolds, HR 1122 by Alders, HR 1123 by Troxclair, HR 1125 by Romero. The following resolutions by Martinez Fisher are being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars: HR 1127, HR 1130, HR 1131, HR 1128 by Harless, HR 1129 by LaHood, HR 1132 by Voa, HR 1133 by Garcia of Dallas, HR 1138 by Toth, HR 1139 by Buckley, HR 1140 by Paul, HR 1141 by Luther, HR 1142 by Hunter, HR 1143 by Sweeney. The following resolutions by Gonzalez of El Paso are being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars: HR 1144 through HR 1238.
Pursuant to a motion previously adopted, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Monday.